mayohosko coming to you at 60 frames per second in 4K resolution. No sugar, no filler, just real whole egg, and welcome to my channel. All right, hello, here we are, episode 2 of Real Whole Egg. Okay, no sugar, no filler, just real whole egg. Hello, it's me, mayohosko, and we are going to be building more of the Modular Jazz Club. So we'll just wait for more people to come on in. And in the meantime, I'll put up the banner. Oopsie, no, there we go. Put up the banner right there. And go put the music on. There we go. And who do we have so far? We have StreamYard, of course, Scott's Blocks, Stud Sidious, and Makro Bricks. Hello. Yeah. So I'm going to be building more of the Jazz Club today. I'm on bag 5 right now, and I need to finish this by the end of the month. And yes, Mark, that was a 5-minute intro. Because that's what streamers do to get people to prepare to come on and watch, and eventually that intro will be different, because the more and more people that send in videos of themselves saying real whole egg, eventually that intro will be replaced by something else. And fortunately, the crew from Hauling and Bowling and the crew from the Lub stream on the Bricksmith channel have already made videos, and we do have someone backstage. It is Stud Sidious.
What's up, buddy?
What's up?
You working on the Jazz Club?
Yes, working on the Jazz Club.
I was actually working on photoshopping a mayonnaise jar for you like a little while ago, but I have to do some serious retouching to it, so I stopped. But the Hellman's jar, I was going to make it say Hosko where it says Hellman's, and then say real whole egg on the bottom. But the way they did the shadowing on the blue, I have to like clone out the whole word Hellman's, which takes a little while. So I'm going to do it. It's just when I started, I was like, screw this. It's taking me a long time to do this.
Yeah, Photoshop takes a little bit of time to do.
They put dark blue shadowing behind the letters, so it's not like an even tone of blue where I can just like put take a section and just paste blue over it to make it easy. I have to like go in and clone it out. So it's easy to do. It just takes a long time to do. So usually I could do it really quick, but that one, the way they did the two different blue tones, it was impossible to do it fast. So, but I will finish it eventually.
Yeah, and we can show that off on camera eventually.
I'm trying to do it nice and big too, so that you can use it big, small. You can shrink it down if you have to, or whatever. So,
yeah. And I did finally figure out how to do the gamble, the heist.
Oh yeah.
The duel and the 8 ball.
Did you change the syntax? Did you change the syntax from an exclamation point to
I
something
did.
else?
I changed one of the syntaxes, but I'm gonna share my screen so that I can walk people through this.
I'll be right back. I gotta mute my TV.
I'm gonna share my screen. So if I go into Stream, where's Streamlabs? If I go into Streamlabs, yeah, so if I go to Streamlabs and I log into my Streamlabs, log in with YouTube, there were some buttons that I had to press that I didn't know earlier. So this is what the Streamlabs dashboard looks like. If we come to the cloud bot, and if we come to the modules down here, some of these things weren't ticked. So you can see dual,
Yeah.
8-ball game,
Oh yeah. On the right.
gamble minigame, and heist minigame, and chat alerts weren't ticked on. And so
Yep.
now they're ticked on. Now they're ticked on. And we can stop sharing that screen.
But today it was like 89, 90 degrees out today, which is weird because usually we're still getting snow a little bit in April. And now it's like summertime here already. So I went to there's a big like state park shoreline beach, like park near my house. I took the dog there, dude. A gigantic bald eagle swoops down and almost took this lady's chihuahua. It was trying to get this little chihuahua. Dude, like, I've never seen, usually you don't see bald eagles around here. But this thing was huge, man. Huge.
That's not the first time I've heard that happen.
It was picking up sticks. It was building a nest, like, over near this, like, in the beginning of the park, there's this, like, industrial warehouse, and it has, like, this oil-looking metal rig, and the thing's building a giant nest on top of it. It's like the perfect thing for it to have a nest on. It's like you remember the old Oilers logo that was, like, the crisscross rig? Like, the little...
Yeah.
That's exactly what's in front of this factory, and it's building this gigantic nest. But it kept going after this dog. It was crazy. It kept swooping down trying to get this dog. And I told the lady, I'm like, you need to pick the dog up and leave. It's going to eat your dog. She's like, oh, no, this is... I'm like, it's trying to eat your dog. Like, if I were you, I would get out of here. Like, it's not going to stop.
I don't know why, but I'm not seeing these pieces. Something is missing. I'm missing a bag or something.
Do people love your...
Hey, Dusty.
They're loving your intro that you're competing with London Bridge Bricks for the longest intro in the community.
Well, people don't understand the point of an intro that long. It's so people can start the stream,
Populate it,
and get their drinks ready, get their popcorn ready to sit down for the show.
I get it. What's up, Dusty? Did I need to find?
Oh, yes, there was a bag missing. There we go.
I'm gonna build a little mock of
Oops.
these two bad boys going head to head.
Oh no, that's bag 14. I thought it was bag 4.
TJ's getting this. I showed it to him. This Zoom fig is awesome. I'm gonna have a nice little mock of these two. I'm not a big DST fan, but for some reason I always loved Flash when I was little.
Yeah. And so when more people get here, I'll show everyone the new intro that'll eventually replace the old intro, because the new intro is growing every day. And so the more and more people that send in videos of themselves saying real whole egg,
Oh shoot, I gotta do that. I forgot about that.
the more awesome that intro will be.
I like the Stephen A. Smith, even though I hate that dude. He drives me nuts. When I was working at ESPN, he was still at ESPN a long time ago. He would walk around like he was, crap. And I mean, he is. He's good at what he does, but he's annoying. He's so annoying.
Yeah, there's a reason why he's the highest paid employee at ESPN.
Did he go back there? I know he left.
He's still there. He's the face of ESPN.
Because he left for a while and went to like Fox, and then I think he
didn't. He didn't go to Fox.
I know he left for a while because like this is a long time ago when I was working there. I mean, I was working there over 18 years ago, so more than that, probably like 20. It was right after I stopped working at Lego because my professors, 2 of them used to work there because one of the colleges I went to was like right next to ESPN. So they would pull kids in from school to intern and all that stuff. So you can easily. They have a midnight shift there at ESPN. Graphic designers work at a night shift, which has never happened. But they have to because the Sports Center and updating everything.
Yeah. And all the graphics for the sports shows
for Sports
the
Center.
next day.
That's what I was working on, was the Sports Center graphics.
And if Brent's Bricks ever got on here, we could talk about the NBA playoffs. Go Lakers.
I haven't been paying attention to the NBA much. I'll start watching when the playoffs kick in and all that. They start soon, right?
Yeah, the play-in tournament's going on right now.
I don't even know if the Nets made it.
The Nets got in as the 6th seed.
I figured that. They were doing good, and then they got rid of Kyrie.
They traded away KD and Kyrie.
Kyrie's a nutbag. He's a good player, but the dude's nuts, bro. He's a problem. He made fun of all these Jewish people in New York City. New York City is full of Hasidic Jews. You do not make fun of Jewish people, bro. Like, half your fans are Hasidic Jewish people. Like, dude, especially in Brooklyn, there's tons of Jewish people. Tons of them. Hardcore Jewish people. Like,
yeah, he makes a lot of questionable decisions.
yeah, he's an idiot. I'm talking Jewish people with the curls that they're very strict, like Hasidic Jewish people. Like,
yeah, that was not a good spot for him. Hello, Gladiator Bricks Productions. You keep on changing your name. Are you A Productions or are you A Creations? I can't remember half the time. So I'm building the modular jazz club because I've got to finish this before the end of the month. Are you doing anything specific right now?
I'm trying to just dig up some parts to do this a little habitat for this Flash and Zoom figure that I have, and then
Nice.
And then just like a small habitat, and then I got to rebuild the little white Boba Fett helmet I did. That I looked at on Instagram, dude. It's up to like almost 10,000 likes. It shocked me. I was like,
wow.
Yeah. It's like so, and I busted it, so I have to rebuild it. So I need to find some parts for that. Yeah, I was shocked, dude. I looked at it. I knew it did well, but it's been sitting there for like years now, and it's up to like almost 10,000, like 9,000 something, almost at 10,000 likes. I was like, holy crap! Like,
that's a lot of likes.
Yeah, you're telling me.
Hey, Dead Weeks.
But it is. I mean, all the Star Wars helmets are really bumpy and studs, and the one I did, there's barely any studs. It's very, very smooth. So, like, people loved it. That's why, because it wasn't like it looked way different from what Lego releases. So it's a little bit smaller, but it's fully smooth. It's like to me, in my opinion, it looks better. But that's just the taste. Whatever you like.
And everyone, remember, when we get to 100 followers on Twitter, we'll do a giveaway. So come follow me on Twitter if you haven't already, and and if we get to 50, the way I've got stream elements set up is that sends out an automatic tweet every time I go live on YouTube, and so with that automatic tweet, if that tweet can ever get to 50 retweets, then I'll do another. Well, then I'll do a bonus entry to that giveaway. Well, I'll do bonus entries to that giveaway every time those weekly tweets hit 50 retweets.
I think Brent is on the Brick Adjuster show. I didn't even know that guy had a show.
Yeah,
I guess he's got a podcast.
there's a lot of people that stream on Friday night, and so we thank you for choosing the mayohosko channel, because this is the best one. This is the funniest one. This is the most energetic one.
I have a good time. That's why I'm always here.
So yeah, we just got done with the curtains. So everyone out there in the chat, if you use the exclamation mark jars, you'll see that you're earning mayo jars as we speak. And if you use the exclamation mark top, you'll be able to see the leaderboard. And the way I've been looking through how to do specific things on Streamlabs is that you can't host a permanent giveaway because there are time limits. And that's a good example, Dusty. I just over the week I figured out how to change that from points to jars so that it now says jars. And for those who aren't subscribed to Dusty Bricks, if you watch his live streams, you'll see that you earn dollary dues, and on Ambalaya Builds streams, you'll see that you earn cheese slopes. Well, the difference between those two is at the end of each month, I do a Discord server giveaway for those who reach a certain level ranking by the end of the month, and that wasn't. And not many people are active enough to qualify for those giveaways.
I need to sub it.
So I was like, you know what? How else can I encourage people to enter those giveaways? And so I was like, you know what? At the end of each month here on YouTube, people can use their Streamlabs jars, exclamation mark jars, to buy tickets to enter that giveaway.
I need to sub to Dusty on YouTube. I'm so bad at that. Like, because with work, I deal with social media so much that when I get on here, I never pay attention. I just the ones that I've been in forever, I just stick to. Like, I need to start subbing to people that I'm friends with. I'd always forget. I'm bad at that stuff.
So we're putting together the awnings right now. And I'd like to be able to do one bag every hour if I can, to get that speed up.
I meant to go today to Target or Walmart and get the little Lego has a little 3-in-1 of a cyber drone, but it's got a classic space robot with like a translucent blue head. I want to get a few of those just for classic space mocks. The build is crap. I mean, it's not bad, but it's just a tiny little like $10 3-in-1 set. But it's got a cool little robot classic space figure.
Yeah.
With a translucent blue head. I'm a sucker for translucent heads.
Yeah, is it a buildable robot that looks similar to the buildable robots from the 80s?
No, it's like a ship that you put him in. The ship is the build, so it's like just a little minifig. It's like a drone. It's like a helicopter-looking thing. It's a super tiny set, but the fig is cool.
Yeah, and so as a reminder, everyone can use the exclamation mark jars to see how many Streamlabs points they have acquired. And feel free to try out the exclamation mark gamble, heist, and duel.
Dude, where's TJ? He wasn't on Friday Night Bricks. Usually he's there. Then he comes here. I haven't seen TJ.
TJ was on the panel last week, which was a good surprise.
He usually comes here. But he wasn't even on Friday Night Bricks, so I don't know what's going on.
And so plenty of you guys out there right now probably have invitations to the live stream via the live stream gang if you're not busy right now. There we go, done the awnings. Now we got to do the lanterns and the sign for the tailor shop out front.
I gotta mute for a second. I gotta go dig in some bins. I'll be right back. All right, I'll be right back.
Yeah. So how's everyone's week been? Is there any engaging conversations anyone wants to talk about? Because I've had a pretty light week this week. I've been spending so much time fiddling around with technology and adding new videos to StreamYard and doing other little edits that I haven't built as much Lego because I think this week I felt tired because the last 2 weeks I've been gun-ho building mocks. This week I just didn't feel up to it. For whatever reason. I'm probably going to I'm gonna force myself to finish off my castle mocks tomorrow because I've got about 2,500 pieces remaining from the 90th anniversary castle that I need to turn into mocks. I did an Instagram live stream last night to clean off my table because I knew I wasn't going to have the energy in the morning to clean it off, and so I moved most of what's going into my Middle Ages momentum over there, and I'll do a video. I'm going to film a video about that this week, and that'll be early access for the Patreon pledges. And that'll come out for everyone else next Monday. This Monday, I'm uploading a different video.
Speaking of castle, they just put this really cool pub in my neighborhood. There used to be there's a neighborhood here called Black Rock. It's like a little beach community. Then they used to have a pub called Black Rock Castle. It was like an old, like Gothic style, like not Gothic, but like Renaissance style. I don't know. It was like an old castle-looking, like medieval place inside. But it went away, and now they rebuilt it. But they made it look like a real, like they built it with stone that like looks like a real castle on the outside, and they put all these cool shields. I gotta take a picture of it because it looks like Lego shields and like really punchy colors on the outside. It's really cool. Good name.
I think when we go to Chicago, some people were planning to go to medieval times.
It's a good name for a pub, the Castle. It's a really cool name.
And so we don't have medieval times in this country, so I might have to tag along with them. I went there last year.
You'll like it
as well. So I'm definitely interested to go there with me and the boys.
You'll like it.
Yeah, it's a quiet day today.
It was really hot here, dude. Like really hot. I was shocked how hot it was.
Okay, so we're building. What are we building right now? Okay, I want to. Do we have to build this thing twice? Let me skip forward. Do we have to build this twice? Oh no, we don't. This is the diagonal build for the box office of the jazz club.
When's this medieval village thing supposed to come out? The one that was the leak.
I've got no idea. All it was leaked. Nothing was ever confirmed. We don't even know if it's a real set or not.
Yeah, no, I know that, but it probably those leaks look pretty legit. You never know, obviously, but
I'm gonna start saving money for 4 different things. 1 are the sig figs I've got to bring to Brick World Chicago. And 2 is the Indiana Jones sets. 3 is the UCS, X-Wing. And 4 is more pieces for my future Bricklink orders.
Dusty, I have an old English bulldog, so it's like the Mack truck bulldog. So it's not like the fat English bulldog, it's like the real stock, jacked up. He looks like the Mack truck emblem, but he's like blackish brindle with like he actually has like an old school white Batman logo on his neck and then a white chest plate. He looks like he has a little tuxedo, so I need the Muggsy after the little gangster with the funny cartoons, Muggsy.
Hey Taz.
He's kind of like a Staffy. There is Staffy inside the Old English Bulldog. They breed. They put Staffy, a little pit, and then a lot of Bulldog in there. They make. I mean, it used to be its own breed back in the day, but they kind of died off. Now they kind of they're kind of designer dogs now. But I rescued them. They're $3,000 dogs. I got lucky. I found one.
Yeah, our family rescued a cat named Matilda. And now we've had her for eight years.
That's a cool cat name. The weird thing too is they named my brother. His name was Jordan. My brother that passed away, and it was ironic. After my little French bulldog had to be put down. I mean, he lived till like 13 years old. He lived a good life, but after he was put down, I'm like, all right, I'm gonna rescue a dog. And I've always wanted an old English bulldog, but they're expensive. They're like $3,500, $3,000. So I just lucked out. It was like fate. They had a little puppy named Jordan. I was like, this is fate, dude. My dog just had to be put down, and now the exact breed I want is like, for adoption for free. So I went and snatched them up.
I'm sorry about that. And gee, $3,000.
Yeah, they're expensive dogs, dude. Like I
Yeah,
said,
believe
though,
expensive.
they look like the Mack truck. They're not like a fat bulldog. They're really muscular. People get intimidated by him. They think he's mean, but he's a sweetheart. He can be mean to other dogs, but he's a sweetheart.
Yeah, so I don't know why, but this dark azure color is just so striking to me.
Yeah, I like that color, dude. I also, we were talking about this last time. I like the really bright highlighter yellow, the new yellow, newish yellow, like super neon yellow. You know what
The
I'm
reason
talking about?
it's so striking is because I've never built a modular that had this much of it.
I do wish though that whole thing was the dark reddish brown or dark red and gray, like the Ghostbusters headquarters. I would want to.
The fire brigade modular.
Yeah, I see why they did it like that, but I just personally like modulars that are that dark red and gray, because it looks like a lot of the old school buildings around here.
Yeah, and it looks like a lot of art deco buildings.
Yeah, there's like a lot of old New York City buildings that look like that. We were talking about this too, though. I wish that Lego would make a brownstone, like an official brownstone modular. That would be really cool. Like the big stoop. Like, I mean, Sesame Street is kind of one, but it's not like an actual brownstone.
People always forget they did make a brownstone. It was in the Pet Shop modular.
Yeah, but that was just like next to it. Like, I want like a full-on big one, like with a few stoops, like because brownstones usually are like 4 or 5 in a row and in one big building, so they all have big stoops that line up. So I want the whole thing to be that. You know what I'm saying? I'm sure people do it for their cities all the time, but.
And I know there are some people in this chat who might want Lego to do that same thing.
A lot of people, well, that's an iconic thing, and it's a good thing for a city. Pop it in your city, it takes up space. It looks like New York City, Chicago, even like London has some brownstones. Like brownstones are everywhere.
A lot of cities around the world have those brownstones.
Yeah.
I don't see that many brownstones in our city.
Even in Connecticut, and like Bridgeport's the biggest city in Connecticut, they have brownstones there too. Like, not as many as New York City, obviously, but they have them. Oh, that's cool. Taz got to ride his new bike. That's what I'm seeing.
Yeah, good. It's good to see Taz getting back out on the bike again.
I have the same one that he has, but it's my dad's technically, but my dad doesn't ride it, so I can't ride mine. I have a old classic Indian Scout hardtail bobber, so it's all stripped down. It's like a chopper, but when you ride that, there's no cushion. Like, you're sitting on metal, basically. You're sitting on the back fender. It's a motorcycle just meant to hop from like bar to bar. It's not meant to go on long cruises. And with my bone and joint conditions, like I'm bone on bone, I have no cartilage in 80% of my body, so it's painful to get on that thing, dude. My whole body vibrates. It's an awesome looking bike. I mean, it's an old, rare Indian Scout. They're hard to find. It took me forever.
Oh, and an Indian bike, those are collectible.
Yeah, it's worth a lot of money, dude. A lot of money, because it's mostly original. I didn't chop it out too much. I just stripped it down. But I have a Fat Boy Anniversary Edition, like exactly what the Lego set was. It's my dad's, but I ride it because he's getting too old. He's gonna end up giving it to me anyway. So.
And I know there are a lot of motorbike riders out in the chat right now, so I'll ask the question: who's still mad that with the Harley Davidson Fat Boy, they gave us the light grey elements instead of chrome silver
Yeah,
for the mufflers and the wheel? rims.
That kind of sucks. I need to buy that set actually. Now that I have that bike, the one I have looks exactly like it. It's like burgundy gray with chrome. Like it looks almost exactly like the Lego set.
Yeah, it's just a shame that there wasn't any chrome silver in that set.
Yeah, Lego gets really cheap with the chrome lacquer, which aggravates me because, it's not that expensive anymore to produce that kind of part. It's not. It used to be way back in the day, but it's not anymore. And just like with graphic design, foil stamping used to be expensive because the process to make it used to have to hot stamp, but now they do cold stamping, which is real cheap. Like technology has changed, so it's cheap to do stuff like that. Not cheap, but much cheaper. And Lego just cheaps out of that stuff. It makes me mad.
Because some people don't know the reason why they stopped doing the chrome silver in the first place is whoopsie, I've done this on the wrong side. Oh well. Actually, that build doesn't matter. The reason they stopped doing chrome silver in the first place was a combination of environmental reasons, and it was really expensive. Because back in 2004, the technology to make that was a lot more expensive. But now the technology to do that is a lot cheaper. And so the only concern is environmental.
Dude, speaking of chrome, see, this was the helmet I was telling you about. See how smooth it is?
Yeah, that's got a really smooth dome top on it. That must have a lot of complicated curved.
What did it like? 9,414. That was crazy. But I have to rebuild it. But speaking of chrome, I use these chrome antenna parts. I love them for the rangefinder. I bought a bunch of these. They weren't that cheap, but they're worth it. I'll use them for something. I mean, they look great on the helmet. So I need to rebuild that little thing. It's in pieces. I need to rebuild it.
Okay, we're making good progress. Because for those who don't know, I'm trying to build a bag every hour, and thanks to all the awesome suggestions for segment names last week, I am going to do my first segment of rotten eggs, because I do have a rant topic prepared. So I got to make 2 of these things. Because what I don't understand with Lego not wanting to make chrome silver is that they can make all these drum lacquered gold pieces. They can make all these flat silver pieces, but they don't want to make chrome pieces. There's not that much of a cost and environmental difference between chrome and painted gold and silver. Well,
dude, for the Harley build, that's bullshit. They should have put the chrome pipes on there, man. I mean, that's what I have that bike, dude. But it's got screaming chrome pipes on it, dude. That's what makes it look cool. Like the tank is like burgundy and dark, like metallic gray, but then it's got these huge chrome pipes. Fat Boys have big chrome pipes, man. Like you'd see the headers, like I don't know. It's a shame. Like Lego should have really put those on the set. It's not even like that set was huge where they needed a ton of those pieces. Like
you don't even have had to ride a Harley Davidson in your life to know that those pieces should have been chrome silver.
I need to get that set. It's probably expensive now. I always saw it in the store and I just passed it by. I even thought to buy it for my dad because it's his bike when I first saw it, but then I never did. And now I end up riding the bike all the time. I want that set.
I missed out on some pieces. Yes, I missed out on some pieces. Let me go back here.
When I was on the Orange County Chopper TV show, I I went to the facility. We filmed a lot at the facility in New York, and it's actually not that deep into New York. You go up to Danbury, Connecticut, and you hang a left. It's like right in New York. It's not even that like really deep into New York. But dude, when I saw the bikes they had in there, oh my god! Like the Black Widow bike, it has like a chrome spider web over the fenders. Like I wanted to steal the thing, man. It's such a piece of art. They had the one that looked like the Black Hawk chopper. That thing was ridiculous. It was like shaped like a, because Sikorsky helicopters is here too, where they used to originally make the Black Hawk helicopters. So it's local to them. So they wanted to make that bike because they're close to Sikorsky, and that thing was sick, dude. Like those guys have talent, man. They make some amazing bikes.
Yeah. Anyway, what's something Lego we can talk about? Is there anything that's come out in the news lately that anyone wants to talk about?
Everyone's talking about the Legorado, Fort Legorado.
Wait, what?
They're making a Fort Legorado Western set.
Really?
Yeah, you didn't know that, dude? Yeah, I mean, people just started talking about it, but it is real. It's not like a fake leak. Like they're making a Fort Legorado. They're a remake of that, kind of like they did with the Lion Knights Castle. They're redoing the Fort Legorado.
Yeah, I heard people talking about that a while ago, but I didn't think people remembered that they were talking about that a while ago.
Shy's gonna freak. Well, Shy did freak out. It's his favorite set. Mikey J loves that set too. He's a big fan of that set. It's not going to have the raised base plates though, like it used to, I don't think. But I'm curious if
the Fort Legorado never came with any raised base plates.
Oh yeah, that's the other Western one I'm talking about. There's one Western one that had the raised base plates. Confused.
Actually, there was no Western sets that came with.
Shy just showed me one.
There were no Western sets that came with any raised base plates. They were all flat with details on them.
Shy showed me one that had like a light tan raised base plate. I don't know.
Maybe one of the Indian sets.
Yeah, it might have been that.
Maybe the Rapid River Village.
I don't know much about
or
that.
the Boulder Cliff Canyon. I'm gonna have to go see images.
I don't know much about that.
Remember,
I don't know much about that theme. So like that theme was, I never paid attention to it. But he showed me one that had like this weird like light tan raised base plates that had like stone speckling like printed on it. It might have been an Indian one. Who knows? It was definitely some kind of Western looking thing. But anyways, what I was saying, my point was, I wonder if they're gonna put like the real guns in there, because in those old sets, some of them had like pistols that kind of looked real.
Yeah, well, Lego still makes those pieces.
Yeah, I have a few. Like my Jango Fett has them. They gave him the Jango Fett, which was so weird. That doesn't even look like Jango Fett's guns in Star Wars, but they gave him like real revolvers when they put out the Jango Fett stuff. So I don't know.
So that's bag 5 done. Let me go look at images of the Lego Western sets.
Yeah, I'm curious which one had, because Shy showed me one that had like a raised base plate. Wow, I forget. And PR from Ballin' and Ballin' was talking about the raised base plate too.
Yeah, because the El Dorado Fortress from the Imperial Soldiers part of the original run of pirates that has a raised base plate.
That might have been it too. I mean, who knows? I don't know much about those sets. Like I said, I grew up with classic space, dude. It was still, the set numbers were like 200 and something, 400 when I was a kid. So it was like 442 and like the little classic space, Black Galaxy Explorer. Like I was more into space stuff when I was a kid.
Yeah. Okay, so it wasn't the Rapid River Village. Maybe it was the Boulder Cliff Canyon. Let's go find the Boulder Cliff Canyon.
And because Fort Legorado had those big brown walls, I know that it was like one of those old like Western forts.
Yeah, because that was probably the most famous of the Western sets.
It was the biggest, wasn't it?
Yeah, because it had those castle wall elements that used to be 1 by 5 2/3 something. Yeah, the Boulder Cliff Canyon didn't have any raised base plates either. Because, yeah, I think Shy Time is My Time might have got confused. They're not raised base plates. They're
It could have been a mock he was showing me too. I
yeah,
don't know.
they're just tan base plates with a lot of foliage printing on them.
It could have been a mock, like I said too. I don't know. He was showing like I was looking at a bunch of Lego Western stuff. So. But it was like what I saw was like a raised like light tan, and it had like brown stones printed on it. I don't know where it's from. Had like a little ramp molded into it too, like a tiny ramp. Most raised base plates have that though.
Yeah, the Eldorado Fortress came with the raised base plate that has the ramp, and this live stream has been absolutely terrible so far. Let's crack open bag 6. Bag 6.
How's it been terrible? Not a bad live stream. It's chill. It's a chill Friday night.
And Scott's Blocks is back. Hey, Scott. Onto bag 6 of the Jazz Club, and we have Mikey J Productions. Hey, Mikey J.
What's up, Mikey?
So just as a reminder, everyone is earning jars right now. So if you use the exclamation mark jars, you'll be able to see how many jars you have. And if you use the exclamation mark top, you'll be able to see the leaderboard. And I did enable the heist, gamble, and duel. If anyone wants to gamble with their points right now.
I don't normally do DC, but I got to make something big for this. I need to watch the show to actually figure out what to do. I was going to do a little Habitat, but I need to do some kind of epic fight scene with these two dudes. I didn't realize he was such a bad character. This Zoom guy is like really evil in the show, I guess. I had no idea.
And so at the top of the hour, we'll be doing the first edition of Rotten Eggs.
That's a good one, Mikey. I am a bit hard-boiled.
I found a clip of SpongeBob and Patrick saying rotten eggs.
My body is
so I put that in the stinger.
Makro, are you building your Milwaukee's best castle right now?
And we have YOLO X. Hey YOLO. So just a reminder, the way I'm going to do the giveaways with those points is at the end of every month. Everyone can use their points to buy tickets to enter the giveaway or to enter the Discord giveaway, and to gain and because the original purpose of the Discord giveaway was that everyone who is active enough in the server automatically qualifies for the giveaway. But not many people are active in there, and so even with the promise of giving away stuff, people are still not active in my Discord server. So I was like, how can we get that? How can we get more traction into that giveaway? So that's why I configured it here on YouTube as well.
Speaking of Chrome at nights, I have the full night. I have to find it. There was a night where you bought each set and it came with a piece. It came with a chrome sword, chrome armor, chrome helmet. Like it came with all. You can make a full chrome knight, and I have it. This is one of those pieces to it, but I need to find the rest of it in my collection somewhere. I love this part too, but this one's not as rare like that. The crown helmet. But there, so I have to find the rest of them because it's a full chrome knight, like full chrome. Everything's chrome on, which is really cool. But you had to buy a bunch of sets to get each little part.
You have to put in you have to put in a number after one of the exclamations to know how many jars you want to gamble away.
Mikey, that update video was dope. The Lego room. You cleared off a lot of table though. You have a lot of room to begin with. I mean, his city's huge, but with the area that has his ships, dude. If he tiled that off with 2 tiles, you know how many 2 tiles that would be for his water? That'd be insane, dude. The area where he's got his pirate ships is big. And I was thinking to myself, I'm like, damn, if he tiled that all off, I don't imagine how many tiles that would be. It'd be a lot of 2 tiles, dude.
Yeah, I'm in the middle of binge watching Mikey J's stuff.
Dude, God bless him. He lets his kid play in his city, which is cool. If I was a kid that age and had a city like that, I would. But I mean, he lets his kid go into certain sections of it. But man, like if I was a little kid and had access to a big Lego city like that, it'd blow my mind.
Yeah, Mikey J has the most impressive collection of pirate ships I've seen on YouTube.
But he buys the old expensive Lord of the Rings sets too, well, and the old knight sets as well, the castle stuff. But
and we are 1 minute away from the first edition of Rotten Eggs. When I see 11:30 a.m., we're gonna roll the stinger and we're gonna do the first edition because it's almost been an hour now. Actually, that's not right.
this is for all the rotten eggs out there.
Ugh, let me get this off.
I still can't believe Citizen Brick made this dick.
Actually, no, sorry. I started this stream slightly after 10:30 a.m. So when I see an hour on StreamYard, which will be in 30 seconds, then I'll do the first edition of Rotten Eggs.
Oh, dude. Mikey, I wouldn't let that happen. God bless you for doing that. That's cool that you let the neighborhood kids play in there, but kids have little sticky hands, bro. They take stuff. Like, I would not let anyone outside kids play in that stuff.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. It's time for Rotten Eggs. I'm going to put this down, and now let's roll the stinger. Let's go up and find it. This is the first edition. Where was it? Yeah, this is the first edition of Rotten Eggs.
This one is running!
Rotten eggs!
It's rant time! So, the first edition of Rotten Eggs is I have something to rant about. Whatnot. What is Whatnot? Whatnot is a new auction social media platform for Lego, and a lot of people sell Lego minifigures on Whatnot. And what Whatnot have done is they have now turned the phrase Whatnot into a corporate word. And now I ask the facetious question when people say and whatnot when they're referring to something random. I say, are you selling stuff on Whatnot? I have to double check those people, and they're like, what? And then I have to explain it. So I have a rant to aim at the people who still have Whatnot, the phrase, in their vocabulary. It's now a corporate word. Stop using it, because it's gonna get confusing. Much like how I've ranted in the past that people don't capitalize the the LAN in LAN. So people might confuse it to be like, who is this Ian everyone's talking about? Stop using Whatnot in your vocabulary. Instead of saying and whatnot, say and stuff instead. That's less confusing. People aren't going to tie you to a corporate entity. It's a simple change in your vocabulary. It's going to take a while to get used to, but now people are going to get super confused because they're going to think you're a Whatnot seller, especially if you don't live in the US, because Whatnot have not expanded sellers to be international yet. So that's even more confusing. It gets really confusing. It's a simple favor to ask. Everyone, please take the phrase and whatnot out of your vocabulary. Thank you.
Well,
this has been the first edition of Rotten Eggs.
Technically,
This one is running!
Rotten eggs!
It's rant time.
technically,
Here's my first rant.
technically, Doc Samson is a whatnot, because that's what Jim Henson called all the background characters that were not like named characters. All the background puppets were called whatnots. So, little fun fact: like on Sesame Street, the characters that don't have names, those are called whatnots. Like on the Muppets, it was the same way. Like if the characters have a name, it was a whatnot. They all kind of look the similar way too. I mean, they look like Doc Samson. But most don't have noses actually, so Doc Samson is kind of different. But Doc's its own character. I mean, it's a name. He's got a whole character, but technically, like if you Google whatnots, Jim Henson, you'll see that that's what they are. They were the background puppets.
Yeah, and so now that I've put that out there, what does everyone think about that? Do you use and whatnot, the phrase, in your vocabulary?
Once in a while, I do, but I don't. I actually, that app is very smart, and I'm not hating on them because for capitalism and business, it's smart what they did. But kids get all excited and get ripped off on that app. I mean, people buy figs for much more than what they're worth. And people also get deals. I mean, it's a two-way, it's a double-edged sword. But like, that app is crazy because sometimes, and there's a lot of kids that get excited and they buy something, they commit to buying something, and then they cancel the order. Which whatnot is cool. You have the right to say no. You committed to it. You have to buy it. But they still have a function where they can request to cancel an order. And a lot of kids, there's a lot of kids on there. And a lot of them are doing it. They're getting excited. They don't have any money, but they auction the fig. They bid in the auction, and then later on they hit up the seller and say, I don't want that, or I can't buy that, which is messed up because there's someone else in the auction that could have bought it. That's why I don't like that app. But they're smart for business.
Does anyone here buy and sell on whatnot? I know a lot of people going to World Chicago will get their own Whatnot booth because they are sponsored by Whatnot. If you are a regular viewer of the A-Form podcast, you'll know that every now and then Mardi Gras Man 23 has talked about the pros and cons of Whatnot, and they dropped their latest episode yesterday.
Yeah, my sinuses, everything around here is pollinating, and I live next to a federal courthouse, so they have all these like dogwood and flowering trees. So in May, it's really nice because I look out my window and it's like pink, yellow, like all the trees are But right now, the pollen is driving me crazy. I used to have a black Mercedes, and I would go out, and this time of year, and it would be covered in yellow, like yellow everywhere. You couldn't see the black paint. Like, it was so bad. My sinuses are a mess right now.
It is the middle of spring, which means that baseball season is underway.
Hopefully the Yankees don't blow it. I'm glad Judge stayed, though. Aaron Judge is a good player.
And the Tampa Bay Rays are off to a fast start.
They're usually the team that messes with the Yankees the most. People think it's the Red Sox, but it's not. It's the Rays. The Rays have stolen World Series from us. They've messed with the Yankees a lot. I don't pay that much attention to baseball, though, anymore. I mean, I grew up around the Yankees, so obviously, like, as a kid, I paid attention, but I don't pay attention much more. It's hard for me to watch regular season baseball, and like when people watch golf, I'm like, how can you watch golf, dude? Like, so boring. But some people like it. To each their own. I can't watch golf. I'd rather watch paint dry on a wall than watch golf.
Yeah, me too.
And I have a friend who I went to high school with who's a pro golfer, and he usually does well. But JJ Henry, he's really good. He gets ranked and stuff. I mean, he's not superstar good, but he's good enough that he's on TV all the time. But I still can't watch it.
See, the difference in that, Dusty, is that Word is a software. It's not a corporate entity. Whatnot is a corporate entity because Word is a software owned by the Microsoft company. Excel is both a Word and a software. Excel and PowerPoint and spreadsheet and the other softwares under the umbrella of Microsoft Office 365 and Microsoft Office 1 are not corporate entities, they're just software programs.
Yeah, speaking of trademarks, when the women's USA soccer team won, people got so mad at me because I own the trademark to the words One Nation. Because Raider Nation always says they're the first team to ever use the term nation as a fan base. And within the fan base, One Nation is a big thing. So I was smart enough to trademark it, and I made a clothing line. And when the soccer team did it, the U.S. soccer team, everyone started trying to use it. And I was like, no. I was shooting everyone. Instagram was shooting them all down. And they'd be like, well, that's not fair. He's only using it in football. It's like, dude, I own the trademark. You cannot use it. I don't care what you use it for. I own the words One Nation. That's it. Like, it's mine. You can't touch it. Like, because they're like, well, it's different. It's for soccer. I don't care what you're using it for. I own it's trademarked. I own it. You can't use it. Like, people are getting so mad.
Can someone please explain to me what graph is?
Graffiti.
Ah, yeah. Is that a
acronym.
Is that an abbreviation?
Yeah, like abbreviation.
Yeah. Gotcha.
That's what I meant, not acronym, but abbreviation.
Oh, okay. These pieces go underneath here.
It was funny though, because the U.S. soccer team, the women's team, they were trying to use One Nation as a slogan, and I was like, nope. Nike tried using it. Nike hit me up. I was like, nah, I'm not selling it. Like, I own it. Kick rocks. No, you're not getting it. Like, I own it. I couldn't believe no one trademarked it because it's like, even in the U.S., one nation under all. It's like it's like a big thing here, and no one. When I saw it was untrademarked, I was like, dude, I'm swiping this right now. It cost me a few $1,000, but it was worth it.
So, do you think through merchandise that you've sold, you've made back what you spent to trademark it?
Yeah, definitely. And that's only live 7 trademarks. I've spent a lot on trademarks, probably over $25,000.
Wow.
That's part of the business, though. You got to do it. You got to protect it. It was funny.
A lot of money on trademarks.
Because people tried to ignore me. Nike was going to use it anyways. And I was like, dude, your lawyers know what's up. I used to design for you guys. If you use it, I'm going to sue the hell out of you. So that's the thing, too. I have a trademark lawyer. So if someone violates the trademark, it costs me $1,200 to send them a cease and desist letter. It costs $1,200 to take them to court.
Yeah, you raise a good question, Dusty. Have you only trademarked those phrases in the US?
It depends. Some of them you can. That's the weird rules. It's like the trademark office here is the USPTO, so it's the United States Trademark blah 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 office. So yeah, sometimes you can only do it in the US, but sometimes you can do it worldwide. I don't really care about worldwide. I more just care about US because the NFL is more. You know, even though there's Raider fans worldwide and I sell stuff worldwide, I really only care about the U.S. But yeah, you can do it 2 ways. You'd have to, like, put it this way, because I own it first in the United States, I would have first shot at doing it globally as well because I already own it in the U.S. Vice versa, if someone had something in another country, they would have first shot getting it also in the United States. But you have to do them separately, yes.
Yeah, because I do have something I can play for that. I just need to find it. Where was it?
Pauline Hanson, that sounds familiar, Dusty.
Yeah, she's the leader of a political party here. Who is it? I had a video I can play for that. I'm just not sure where it is. Maybe I deleted it off of here to get space for other stuff. Yeah, I probably did that. Okay, so where are we? Yeah, if anyone out there wants, if anyone out there in the StreamYard, no, sorry, in the live stream game wants to pop on, feel free to do so. Just chipping away.
Yeah, Makro, grab a drink and pop on, buddy. Where's Makro?
Just chipping away at the jazz club. And I'll just let everyone know whenever I do social media posts and I say that the previous live stream was a productive live stream, that means one of 2 things. One is good, one is bad. I'll let you guys try and decode those messages.
I mean, those.
And if anyone can decode that, then I'll make sure to add an extra 10 jars to your points tally.
Let's see, technically, I could cause her a lot of grief because I have had it for years. I own it first, and I could go in and buy it out of the country. I have first shot at it because I already own it here. It's kind of first come, first serve. You know, when they look at it globally, they'll be like, well, this person in Australia had a trademark first, so you can't do it in the U.S. Or vice versa. They'd be like, well, he had it in the U.S. for like 10 years now, so he has first rights to it globally as well. So but it would cost me a lot of money to do that. So at that point, I'm just like, I don't care, you know. But if someone tried to do it in the U.S. for like another sports thing, like when the soccer team tried to do it, that's when I get mad. It's like, no, you ain't taking that. I paid a lot of money. You ain't taking that.
At this pace, we might be able to get 5 bags done, not 4.
trademarks are so weird though. You have to trademark in certain there's different categories. And, like it's I'm not going to say it's a corrupt business, but they suck a lot of money out of companies. Companies pay a lot of money because you have to pay a lot, especially to defend them. It's like it becomes a pain in the butt, but it's worth it when you have something that good that everyone wants. Like because you can sell stuff. So. Like here, I'll show home. I have
yeah, that's almost the code, Dusty. You're halfway there.
like,
You're
see,
halfway there to getting to getting a bonus 10 points. You're halfway there.
that's trademarked. I even trademarked one N, my abbreviation from it. I did it like the baseball logos. So, but no one can even use one N. I own that too.
So how does this go? Okay, we have to rotate this. Where is the other one?
I always laugh when people see that and they're like, "That's the Yankees." I'm like, "Can you read? It's a 1 and an N. It looks like yes, it's crossed over, but that's a lot of baseball teams and sports teams do that kind of look. That's normal. Like if anything, it looks more like a Zoo York type of logo. But people look at it and I'm like, "Can you read? It's an N and a 1. It's not an NY. Like it's a similar art style, but some people are just idiots. Just like."
Because you need to do a double take to realize that's not an NY, that's a 1N.
Well, dude, the Yankee logo looks a lot different. I'll show you. It looks way different. Like, here, I'll show you.
Wow.
Like the San Francisco Giants use the crossover letters. A lot of people in the graphic design world, that's like, oh, here, look, see that? They're way different, dude. Like, it's the same art style, but it's completely different. Like, way different. But whatever. I mean, yeah, I meant it to kind of look like that style of a Yankee logo, but it's clearly. And sometimes I do it with a sword for the Raiders as the 1. That's the newer one I've been doing. There's like a sword for the 1. So.
Do I hear a vehicle reversing outside your house?
No, there's nothing outside. I'm silent right now.
Maybe it's outside my house.
Yeah, my windows are closed. My dog was just shaking his head, but I don't think he sounds like a vehicle backing up.
And you know what? If this live stream hits, not sure if anyone knows this yet, but whenever my live streams hit 0 viewers, that's a trigger to end the live stream.
I don't say that. People flow in and out, bro. You get too critical on yourself sometimes, man. Just stream.
No, what I mean is it's a reference to that what's that movie? What's that movie? It's what's that movie where the bus? What's that movie where the bus blows up if it falls below 40 miles an hour?
Oh, Speed.
Yes.
Speed.
Yeah, Speed. It's a reference to Speed. If my live streams ever get to 0 viewers, at one time they blow up.
People will pop in.
Hey, Greg Dillon.
People pop in and out. I mean, sometimes you are a little too rough on yourself about that, bro.
Yeah, but that's because it's not worth my time. Otherwise, I've got 536 subscribers for a reason, and when we get to 550, we'll be building the Sanctum Sanctorum.
I don't know. To me, it's just not good for your mental health to worry about that, because when people pop in, they pop out. Like Greg just popped in, and like it's all good. I gotta use the bathroom. I'll be right back.
Oh, that's why.
I'll be right back. I gotta hit the head.
Yeah, I built these sections wrong. Is it supposed to be? There's a whole layer of bricks here. Well, in my case, they do, because every time I've gone up 100 subscribers, I see substantially more viewers. That's a little bit more difficult for smaller channels to see. Okay, we've got to stack up a bunch of angled plates. Yeah, so this goes in the corner, right? I'm guessing this is for the bottom of the stairs. And now we've got that extra corner brick to fill in this gap right here. Need something more interesting to talk about. I don't know what to talk about. So
In advertising, like here's an example. Like it's normal for like for even sub counts to people that view live streams and like even impressions. So like if I run a Facebook ad or an Instagram or TikTok ad, right? And even when I used to do it at ad agencies for like people like Pepsi, you're only going to get like 1 or 2% of the number actually interacting or watching or converting into sales. So that's kind of normal, dude. Like even if you have 500,
you run. Yes, I run all of those formulas. I have 536 subscribers. I only expect 53 views on all of my videos. I have 536 subscribers. I expect, well, 2% of that is 10. Well, technically 11 if you round up, but I prefer to round down.
Yeah, I mean it's normal. Like when I run ads all the time, I'll get like 200,000 impressions, but only get like 10 sales sometimes. But that's completely normal, especially for conversions. It's even harder to get people to spend money. Like for the
because there are analytics involved.
Yeah,
with that.
But
I know the analytics I should be hitting.
But from those ads, I will get a ton of like social media followers though, and like future customers. So it's all kind of worth it. Like that's what I mean. Like even if your views go down while you're live streaming, new people will pop in. But it's always worth just keep going because it benefits the brand. Your brand, in quotes, your online presence. It benefits it in the long run. So.
Yeah, but also there are so many hours in the day as well.
Where did Makro go though? The bastard.
No idea. There's a lot of live streams that go on Friday night now, which means more competition.
I don't pay attention to any of those streams. Like I didn't even know Brick Adjuster had a stream. I had no idea. Like
he goes live on Twitch.
I stick to a small circle, man, of people on YouTube. I don't even watch Beyond the Brick. Like I used to, and I'm friends with those guys, and I'm friends with like Chris O'Brien and all them. I used to be at Kevin Hinkle's stuff all the time. Like, but I don't pay attention to all those channels at all anymore. After the whole Brickatech thing happened, I was like, screw these people. I'm done with these big channels. Like, I'm not wasting my time with them. I just stick to the friends I have.
Yeah, and so as long as there was at least one viewer watching, then the live stream doesn't blow up.
Well, I mean, you have good nights, you have bad nights. That's just the way it is.
Yeah, it comes and goes. Not everyone is a winner. But we're averaging more than one bag an hour, which is a good thing. And I do know that I set high expectations with myself, but that's because I like to push myself.
No, that's great. I appreciate
And if I'm falling below those expectations, that means that I'm doing something wrong.
Yeah, but like I said, you have good nights and bad nights. Just don't let it mess your head.
Because low viewership isn't blame on the viewers. It's a reflection upon me. I'm doing something wrong. I'm not providing a good enough product.
I would just rather be watching streams and interacting in chats with people I'm friends with than those big streams where everyone's just like, shout me out, say my name. Listen, it's like, come on, like that stuff is just not my thing. And I come from the advertising world, dude, where attention is key. But so I get it, but
I see.
That stuff just doesn't do it for me.
I was wondering what was up with these pieces, and it was just looking strange. But then I realized what I have to do. It's a little bit difficult to read in the instructions.
Booty call.
That's when I normally wake up and I have alarms going all the time for when I need to wake up and when I need to do things in Forge of Empires. So this is a desk right here that we're building. There's some things on that desk.
There's a corner desk?
This is for the second floor.
It looks like it's a corner desk, right? It looks like
yes, it's got one of those. It's got one of those inverted corner around plates. I think it's a 4x4 stud area, and it's something that reminds me of pieces you used to see in the Belleville sets.
Man, I haven't heard that in a long time. Rickzar is big with that stuff. He loves that stuff.
Yeah, I saw Chromed Lego Cat do a review of a 2008 Belleville set, and I started having nostalgia for the puppy play something set. I can't remember the name of it correctly.
That's one channel I need to sub to. I haven't. When I switched my YouTube account, I haven't seen Rickzar in my feed at all in a long time. But I realized that I wasn't subbed to him. I used to be at a different account, but I got to resub. I like his channel. I haven't watched that in a long time. He's a big channel, but he's like a humble dude. I don't consider him like, one of those big like cocky YouTubers.
No, because he's from a different generation.
Yeah, he's like my age, dude. Like he's not.
So and people like him because he's so humble, and that's why there's a link for his channel in the description.
He's a good dude. I did art for him for a long time ago. Like I did a couple bands that he likes, like They May Be Giants and stuff. I did like a mashup of his name into with their style logo.
Yeah, that's because he pays for membership into the fan club, and so he's gotten them to write 2 commissioned songs for him. Someone's calling Joseph Olsen and Joseph Olsen with a light bulb in his hand, or whatever the name of the song is.
I used to like DM with him all the time, and he's a nice guy. I used to talk to him, send him artwork. Like I once did a sticker like this for him with his head that had hold on a second. It was his minifig head, but it had a train going around it. And then I did the truck, what's the trucks that he likes? You know the name of those trucks, Mayo? The tipper trucks?
Yeah.
Truck? I had a tipper truck swooshing around his head. I sent him that a long time ago. He loved it. But he was messing with it, like, because he's like, why is my hair gray? I'm like, because you're going gray. Like, that's how long ago this was.
Yeah,
like,
that was a long time ago.
I told him, I'm like, dude, your stick fig is outdated, bro. You have gray hair now. Like, that's why I drew it gray. Because he's like, it looks cool, but my stick fig isn't that. I'm like, well, it should be because you have gray hair.
Yeah, no, I think after that he changed the color of his cartoon head to have grey hair.
Yeah, I was one of the first people to tell him to do it because when I sent him the art, he's like, I love it, but why is the hair gray? I was like, look in the mirror. He's like, yeah, I'm going gray, you're gray. Like, it's normal.
Everyone's grey, you know.
Yeah, my beard is like, it's hard to see in this light, but I got a lot of gray coming in. It looks brown here, but it's not. Like, you can kind of see it. Like, I have grays coming in patchy everywhere. But my dad didn't go gray until he was like 60. So I'm 50. So it's like I'm getting there. It's going to start now.
And now we can open bag 7.
I'm just glad I still have my hair. I'm glad I never had issues with my hair, even though I shave it now in my head, but I still have hair. So you can see I got grays coming in here, all over here. I just shave my head because it's easy and I don't have to pay for a barber. Barbers here are expensive, dude. And my youngest brother is a really good barber, but he lives up in Maine. I don't see him that often, so I would love for him to cut my hair. He's more OCD and anal than I am. He's a good artist. My younger brother's a really good artist, but now he just does hair.
Yeah. And if there's any conversations anyone in the chat wants to talk about, feel free to let us know.
Tads, are you like? I see the updates you're doing on YouTube, but I knew you were going to. He was going to. What's the other one? We just said it, Twitch, and then live streaming there. And Twitch just confuses me. I need to wrap my head around that software, that platform, because like they're always asking you for stuff, and like I know you don't have to pay on there, but it got so annoying to me that I just stopped watching Twitch at all. But it's just because I didn't pay enough. I didn't really get my head around it and really learn it that much. I'm just getting old. But I'd love to see Taz back on YouTube fully. I always love his mock updates. Even though he's dropped the lighthouse about 7 times. Not 7, but a few. He's had no luck with those damn lighthouses.
Yeah,
I used to wake up for breakfast and he would be on all the time. I'd get up like super early, just as I normally do. And I always loved his content was there in the morning.
Yeah, and for those who don't know, I play Minecraft on Twitch every Saturday at 8 a.m. Eastern.
I just need
North America.
I need to just use Twitch enough to like learn it, as with anything. I just never really gave it a full shot. Because I used to, Brick O'Brien, when I was good friends with him, he fully went there. Then Brick and Nick, who was on Lego Masters, I was good friends with him on like Instagram and YouTube. And then he went fully on there. So I started watching on there because it was the only way I could interact with them. But it got so confusing to me that I just stopped. I was just like, man, I'm getting too old for this. But they have big channels and there was always a lot going on and these weird donations and then coins and then like I said, I'm sure it's easy, but it just got so confusing to me and I was getting asked to do so many things that I was like, oh, I'm going to stick to YouTube. Even Brick Scene went over to Twitch. Now he's back on YouTube, which was awesome. Last week he came back. That was great. I was up at 3 a.m. watching his show like I normally am on a Saturday.
Yeah, and so if anyone likes Minecraft, then the best way to see me talking about Minecraft is to come and watch me on Twitch. How do we position this? Oh, I see. That's how it goes. These have to be rotated 45 degrees. I was like, why are these not fitting in? That's because it goes the other orientation. Ugh, gotta slide this along so that it fits right there.
I found where TJ is. That cheater, he's on the brick adjuster. They only have 4 people watching though, so it's not.
Yeah, because there's a lot of live streams on Friday night, so the viewership is therefore spread thin.
I like brick adjuster. I mean, he's cool. I just never knew. Like, you never saw his channel. Never had. He's got a lot of subscribers, but like, there's not a lot of people in his chat right now. Like, it's not like, I don't know. People must rewatch his stuff. I like Harold. No More Bricks is cool.
Yeah, that's why I've got to do better marketing for Real Whole Egg, and I've got to develop a better subculture.
Well, dude, I mean, like you said, sometimes some weeks I'm on here with you, and there's a bunch of people in the chat. It just depends.
Yeah.
Some nights are low nights, and some are good. You know, it's just
But what I mean is, I've got to make this a permanent fixture.
Oh yeah, no, I get that. Yeah, no, that's.
And that's gonna take time.
But that's what I mean. It's like you got to be consistent and don't kill a live stream if it's got not a lot of viewers, because you got to just keep putting the branding in, man. You got to keep building it. So it's, you know, that's what I mean. Don't let that part mess with your head, because even when you have bad days, you still got to do it. And it'll just, because people might rewatch it. Like, it's just good consistency for your brand.
Oh, oopsie! I did something wrong here.
Oh, dude, check this out, man. I love this thing. It's not official Lego, but this thing is so cool. Got the molded organs inside the minifig.
Is that a 3D printed thing?
No, like, I bought it. Ironically, it was called Brickhead. Before there was Lego Brickheads, this was a brand.
Wow.
They were making Brickheads. Like this, it was called, the packaging said Brickhead. They had this and a couple others. But I thought this one was so cool, like, because, you know, that's pretty rad, the translucent organs. I thought it was cool. I'm
I
glad I
didn't
got it.
see that they use these pieces you'd get in the classic space sets all the time. These things right here.
Oh yeah, they call them the handlebars. Whatchamacallit, dude. I'm kind of bummed that the new classic space helmets, they don't use the old ones anymore. It drives me nuts, man. It's like a different mold now.
Yeah, because that mold was out of production for 32 years.
Bring it back, Jesus, Lego. People like me want it. Like,
They lost that mold decades ago.
I want
They weren't going to bring it back, and their recreation of that mold is very good. It's almost identical.
I want
Almost identical. When they came out with the Benny Space Squad set, with a remake of that mold, my jaw dropped. Because I was so impressed about how well they executed that thing.
I want them to make whatchamacallit, a new, I've said it before, a new black suit classic space dude. It's been so long. And we got that brown one, like the CMF, like that could have easily been done in black.
Okay, I see. I've got to put a 1x2 in here. Yeah. So I really don't know what to talk about. I just really do not know what to talk about.
Are you I can help you with that.
Which is really sad.
Are you interested in the Sonic sets at all?
No, but my friend is. I told him that I'd buy some for him whenever they come out.
Are you gonna get the Vikings Village when it comes out?
No, I'm not. I'm not that kind of person. I'm not a fantasy castle person.
I was gonna say you're a castle dude. That shocks me because I mean it is a very Viking-looking village. It's not like pure castle, you know. And then even though Vikings were around during that time period, they were raiding castles and stuff like that. But what's up, Sean?
Hello, a couple of brickheads. Hey, now that you're here, Sean, I was going back and forward with Brent's Bricks on Instagram earlier today, and we were talking about the NBA playoffs, and he said that well, I told him if he ever wants to come on this month or in May to talk about the NBA playoffs, we should do it.
Good, Sean. I noticed he was rocking a Tar Heels hat. He moved to Carolinas now. I was like, oh, that's a nice touch. So I'm rocking
I don't like that because I am a Blue Devil. I'm the other. I like the other end. I like the other end of
Tobacco Road. I was gonna say you're a Tobacco Road boy. I dated a girl who, it was my fiance actually. I was married her. Who her mother's high school sweetheart moved down there, and he was very rich. He used to do like a lot of stonework for those colleges, and they owned an island off of Myrtle Beach that had all these like rental homes on it. He was a pilot, so he would fly us every weekend from Connecticut down to there. But I was in Carolinas a lot back then. I like the Carolinas. It's very fun. It's a cool place. But Sean's originally an East Coast boy anyways, so he came back.
Yeah, the Carolinas should be excited right now because they got the number 1 overall pick in the NFL draft.
It was cool that they wore the Whalers from Connecticut moved there. So when the Whalers played the Bruins here, now when the Carolina hockey team plays the Bruins here, they wear the Connecticut Whalers jerseys, which is dope. Whenever they come up here, they change their jerseys to the Whalers jerseys because that was originally where the franchise was from.
Whenever they play the Patriots.
I'm talking about hockey.
Oh yeah, sorry.
Yeah, like that was the only pro team we ever had was hockey. Well, in Highlight, Bridgeport, Connecticut was like world champion.
So are you talking about the Carolina Hurricanes?
The Hurricanes, yeah, they were originally the Whalers. So when they come up here to play in Boston, they wear the Connecticut jerseys, which is dope. Like they pull out their roots, you know. It's like, oh, we used to be here. We're gonna wear, which is really cool of them to do. And it blew up all over Twitter. People were like, oh man, the Connecticut Whalers jersey. It's like, I didn't like the Connecticut Whaler colors. They were green and blue and white, but the jerseys were cool. They made an H and a W out of a whale tail, which was, from a graphic design point of view, it was done very well, like very well. It was clean and simple, but it was good. There was like an H in it, and then there was a W out of a whale tail.
Yeah, and the sad news for me is that for the first time in 16 years, the Pittsburgh Penguins missed the playoffs.
Oh, speaking of Lego, what do you think about this Little Mermaid set?
Is that the one that comes with the double-digit amount of mini dolls?
There's no mini dolls. It's all mini figs. It's a giant clam, like a huge clam. And
that one. I saw Falcon Fan do a post about that.
People are hating on it. That's designed very well. I mean, I get people wanted an underwater castle. I don't even remember The Little Mermaid, to be honest. I watched it a long time ago, so I don't remember if it even had a castle underwater. But I thought the clam was cool, and it comes in cool minifigs. It's not even expensive for what it is. It's only like $160, $170. It's for today's Lego prices. It's pretty cheap for what you're getting. It's a pretty snotty build. It looks like a pretty advanced set from a design point of view, in my opinion. So I don't know. Some people are hating on it. I think it looks great. I'm not a big Disney Little Mermaid guy, but I thought it was really rad. It's got fish floating around. Like it's really. I mean, it's cool. It's got like the evil, whatever her name is, the evil octopus lady. She's in the bottom of the clam, and then like Ariel's father and stuff's on the top of the clam. Then there's like a broken shipwreck, and there's a reef. Like I don't know. I thought it was done very well, and I'm a very harsh critic when it comes to design, like super OCD about it. So I thought it was good.
So is that the first time they're making the Little Mermaid as a minifigure?
I'm not sure. Sean would know.
Because they've made Ariel minifigures before in the Disney CMS.
Series. Yeah, that's what I thought, but I'm not sure. Like,
but there is a difference. There is a difference between all of the other mermaids.
But this is also for a new live action movie. It's not animated, so no one even knows what the movie is going to really be like. So, and I don't even think it's not even a white chick anymore. They're using I think she's either biracial or African American who's playing Ariel. I could be wrong, but I think it is.
Yeah, I saw people complaining about that on Twitter because they were like, if this was reverse racism, it would be the worst thing ever.
Oh, ignorant, racist people are always going to complain about shit like that. That stuff makes me mad. It's like, dude, just get over it. Like, because
they're complaining about all the live-action Disney movies where Disney have made white Disney princesses be played by black people, and they're just reverse racism hustlers.
And people are always going to cry about that stuff. It is what it is. I mean, I sent Sean a link. There's like an interesting documentary. I haven't seen it, but there's a documentary about like how people think that Disney was ruined, and it's like all woke now and corporate, and they all have agendas and all this crap. Like, obviously Disney's corporate. It's a corporation. I mean, I used to work for them. I know how it is, but it like the point is this documentary about people that are mad that Disney is becoming more inclusive with stuff, and they think that Disney has all these political agendas and things like that. Like, I didn't see the documentary, but it's on Amazon and it's pretty popular.
It's pretty popular because anything that's Disney is going to be pretty popular.
Well, it's for Disney haters. This documentary, there's a lot of them out there, but and I don't know. I sent it to Sean the link, like just to be like, hey, I know you like Disney. Did you see this?
Yeah, and people are drawn to anything about the Walt Disney Corporation. Because it doesn't even have to be a Disney property, and people will watch something that just has Disney in the synopsis. It doesn't have to be in the title.
Did you see the that Little Mermaid set that I'm talking about?
No.
Look it up, dude. Or you don't have a computer in front of you.
I haven't seen it closely to properly.
Well, look it up, man. Look it up. I'm curious what you think.
After I build these stairs, I'll go find a picture of it.
I think it looks good, dude.
Because when I was scrolling through Instagram, I saw something about it by Falcon Fan, and I didn't pay much attention to it.
Put it this way, I think I'm gonna buy it, and I'm not even into Disney. You know what I'm saying? Unless it's Star Wars. So
yeah,
like that's how good I think the design is.
But those types of people don't like me anyway.
And Moments of Magic, he did a video like saying that he expected it to be a castle and not a clam, and he didn't like it. But what was interesting to me is what he said, which he was totally wrong with what he said. He said that he blames Disney for it because he thinks Disney made them do that. But it's like, no, that's not how it works, dude. Disney will tell Lego, hey, we want this to be the subject matter of the set, but then the Lego designers get to have free reign. And they present 3 to 4 ideas to Disney and say, all right, You asked us to do this subject, so here's 3 different versions, or 4. And then they do 3 rounds of reviews where Disney will be like, all right, we like this one, we like that one, change this, change that. Can you do this? Can you do that? And then they'll go back and show them again. And they have revision rounds. So Disney doesn't dictate what Lego does, like how they design it. They tell them, yeah, we want this subject matter. They say, all right, we want a Mandalorian set and a set from Obi-Wan right now. But they don't tell them how to do it. They let Lego show them the design, and then they make changes. So he was saying that it's Disney's fault, but it's not. Like Lego was working with like limited concept art that they were given, and they present stuff to Disney, you know.
Yeah, there's
Yeah,
the clam.
Yeah, I think it looks good, dude.
How do we put this in full screen?
It's
Actually, we can visit it. We can visit the Reddit page.
It's a little busy, but it kind of has to be. It's a coral reef instead of a clamshell, so.
There we go. Yeah, so it looks like we got minifigure versions of some of the mermaids for the first time. I'm not seeing an Ariel in there,
She's up near her father, I think, like right next to him.
unless that one with the iridescent tail is supposed to be Ariel.
I think 2 of them are her sisters, and then 1 is her. Then the father, I forget, Trident or whatever. He's the father.
Yeah.
Of the king.
A King Trident.
And then down the bottom is the enemy lady, like kind of hidden
And,
under there.
Ursula is down there.
Flounder is down there. He's on the left, like white flounder. They made a mold for him.
They got some nice sand green and sand blue elements in there.
Yeah, and like the little reef up top near the king looks cool with like the sand greenish and the turquoise and purple and yellow. Like, I don't know. I think it looks cool with the clamshell base. And you never know. The movie that could look somewhat like that. You never know. The movie's not out yet, so.
And we got a good quantity of those white quarter round pieces.
Yeah, that's what I use for that Boba Fett helmet. I love those parts, dude. I don't know. I think I like it. I might even buy it. Like I said, I probably will buy it just for the build experience and parts. But that's not with today's Lego prices for 160, 170 bucks. That's a lot. You're getting a lot right there. That's a lot. I would think they would charge 300 bucks for that thing. It's pretty big, dude. I don't know how many pieces it is, but that's a pretty big set. So do you like it at all? What do you think?
No, I'm not gonna buy it, but it does look good.
Well, I don't think you're a big Disney fan either. I'm not either.
No, I'm not a Disney fan.
I just want to build it for some reason. I like the design of it. It's interesting, so I probably will get it. But I buy everything. I buy friend sets. I buy, if I like it and I like the design and I think I can use the parts in the future, I buy it.
And so I just want to confirm something quickly. I'm going to go onto Instagram and see if anyone has done any posts with the hashtag RealWholeEgg in them. Let's go to Instagram. And let's go to the search tool and hashtag RealWholeEgg. Okay, yeah, no one's done any so far. Because these are mine. Because I put the hashtag RealWholeEgg in. But if anyone does want to, anyone that uses the hashtag RealWholeEgg in their social media posts, feel free to do so, and then I'll feature it on these episodes.
Well, when I start posting the mocks, I'll throw it in there. I just got to remember. I have a horrible memory. But I always use a ton of hashtags, so I'll just throw it in there.
Yeah.
And I usually do get a lot of views, so it will help. People will see it. Not all the time. I mean, sometimes when I post flop, I only get like 400 or 500 views, but most of the time it's like 10,000, 100,000, like it's up there. So,
And
like,
we have regular brick studios.
like I said,
Hello.
with anything, you have good and bad. Like some of my posts flop, like they still get like 400 or 500 views, like I said, but I'm used to getting like a lot of views. But I don't post regularly. I don't post frequently. I just do it for fun. So, but it will help if I put real whole egg in the hashtag. It'll definitely get eyes towards your
I
stuff.
just need to take better photography, and I have been taking better photography, and more people have been liking those posts because they're better photography.
Yeah, that always helps. I'm horrible with photography, dude. And it's funny because it used to be my job. Part of a creative director's job is to manage photo shoots, TV commercial shoots. But I always had professional people there that I was directing that actually know how to do that stuff way better than I can. I'm bad with a camera, and it's hard to mess up with the iPhone cameras these days. It's hard to mess up, but I can't stay still. I can't get it. Like, I'm bad with it, dude. Like, I can retouch the crap out of it in Photoshop, but I try not to do that. Like,
Yeah, I wish other people missed me too, because obviously they didn't. Otherwise they'd be here right now.
well, dude, like I said, the other
Talk
channel,
cheap.
the other channel, I'm not going to mention it, but you know what I'm talking about. It doesn't have many viewers on there either. So
Yeah, that's a problem with a lot of people. The difference is I actually try to do stuff that's mildly entertaining.
but you go late, so everyone from there is going to come here when they're done. Watch, that's going to happen.
Yeah, but the difference is I've got to find ways to make this stream watchable enough that people will watch this stream and nothing but this stream. There's a lot of competition on Friday night.
Yeah, I mean, slowly and surely, bro. Like, it's not plus, dude, the other stream has the guests that we're friends with on there, so a couple of our friends are there, but that's only this week. He's just a guest, and then he won't be there next week, and all those people will be back here. So it's not.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is
I know what you're saying. I know what you're saying.
I set high. No, because some people have just come in. I set high expectations for myself.
Yeah, I know that. I'm just saying, don't.
Because I read the analytics and I base my judgment upon that.
Well, that's good. You should be doing that. That's how you grow. But it's
And so it's not. So whenever I'm not meeting those expectations, that's when I know I'm doing something wrong.
Maybe you're going to be the only stream going tonight pretty soon in a little while. Like that, that's how it is. And then people come in here late night.
Yeah, but they don't. They just go to bed, which means I'm not providing a good enough viewing experience. I'm not entertaining enough. I need to find ways to be more entertaining.
Yeah.
It's all on me. I am not good enough for people to want to watch. That's what that means. Which means I need to find ways to step up my game. And I keep on trying to find ways to step up my game, and it doesn't work. And so I think I'm just gonna. I think what I'm going to do this week is do a community post asking what can I do on my live streams that'll provide a better viewing experience, because whenever I'm not meeting the targets, that's when I know I'm doing something wrong.
I mean,
I've got to use all the analytics possible.
it's good
That's going to help in the end.
to look at the analytics and help grow that way, but I think you're just being a little too hard on yourself, to be honest. But
I
get-
know I'm being hard on myself. Because if I'm not hard on myself, I'm not going to. Well, if I'm not being hard on myself, I'm not pushing myself to be the best I can be. Because I know when I've hit the sweet spot, and when I'm not hitting the sweet spot, I know what I'm not doing right. I know exactly what I'm not doing. That's why I've got to do. That's when I do brainstorming sessions. I write stuff on my whiteboard to throw random ideas on the whiteboard and see what sticks.
over promotion though can be a bad thing too. Though you don't want to over promote too much because we can annoy people that way, and then they're definitely gonna get turned off. So that you got to be careful with that too. Like that's a fine line in advertising, and like it's in which YouTube is the same thing. People are advertising; they want views, they want attention on their channel. That's what advertising is about. So I get it, but if you over promote sometimes way too much, that could hurt as well. So you have to.
You can't do that.
You got to find a happy medium.
Where's this brick? We're almost done with what's this bag? What is it? Bag 5. Yes. Wait. Or is this bag? No. This is a bag 7.
Dude, I'm still waiting for.
Yeah, it's bag 7.
I'm still waiting for my backup copy of this to arrive so I can make sure, because I want to open this so bad. I want to build this lion, but it's like a flying lion. But I want to make sure it's a rare set, and I want to make sure that I get the other one to save sealed before I open it. What angers me though is you can see those great hinges. Why did you do that, Lego? You have those parts of the white. You could have easily just made the whole thing the white body. Like those hinges kill me, dude. Here.
Is that the Mixel style ball joints?
Let me see. No, it's the those are on the tail part, the Mixel ball joints, but those are the ones that have the rivets that actually like hold, like they hold it in place. They have the little like serrated edges to them.
The ratcheted hinges.
Yeah, and they have those in white, so I don't know why they didn't do that. It's got cool little piranha plants though too. Those are pretty cool.
They do weird stuff like that in sets, and normally it's for either one or two things. Either it's so that it's easier to follow the instructions, or because if they use it in a certain color, that'll put them over their parts budget.
Yeah, that's part of it too. This thing's weird. I don't know what the hell that thing is, but it probably has something to do with the ride. Who knows? It's got 2 different wings. It's got a purple bat wing and then a different wing. I don't know. I mainly got it for the lion build. It's really cool. But when I saw that, I was like, dude, come on. Why you couldn't put white hinge parts in there? I'd probably have them in my collection. I'll just change it. But because essentially, dude, this is a mix between the Voltron lion set and the little Hedwig Harry Potter owl set, which was done really well. It's like this thing's like a cross between the two.
And so, did you order that from somewhere?
I got it on eBay. It's an exclusive ride in the UK, but you don't see the set. I didn't even know the set existed until Buttshop showed it to me. I was like, dude, I want that set. And he explained it. He's like, oh, it's a ride. It's a ride. It's only in the UK. Because even the figures, if you look at it, hold on, even the minifigs are just recycled. Those parts are prints are from other things that are already out. So it's not like
I just saw something in the instructions that doesn't look quite right. What's? Why not? Oh yeah, I see. There we go. Yeah, I built that wrong.
Yeah, Taz is right. There's a lot of expos going on this weekend. A lot. conventions. There's one in Connecticut, which never happens, ever. There's one in Hartford, Connecticut, like an hour away.
There you go.
So there's a lot going on tonight too.
Yeah, I just realized I hadn't put one of the, what are they called? One of the, I'm not sure what they're called. What are they? The headlight bricks in. That's why I was getting really confused. And that isn't fitting in properly.
I was actually shocked to find out that there was a Hartford, Connecticut. Hartford is the capital of Connecticut. And it's not far from Lego Connecticut headquarters, the US Lego headquarters. It's only like half hour away. And it's in the smack dab in the middle of Connecticut. It's like an hour and 15 minutes, hour away. I was shocked to see that they had a convention there this weekend. But it's Brickfest Live, and a lot of people tell me not to go because it's not really AFOL friendly. It's more families and kids and stuff for the kids. It's not like it's more of an expo than it is a convention. So I still may go check it out though. I don't know.
Yeah, because it's because the Brickfest Live franchise, the target market is kids.
Yeah, it's an expo. It's not a convention. It's an expo. So it's like
that's why people stopped going to Philly Brickfest.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's not.
They realized, they changed their business model. It's not suitable for us anymore.
I wish I knew about it though, because if I knew about it early enough, I would have gotten two tables because I have enough mocks to fill two tables, man. And people are always asking me, do you go shows? Can I get instructions? Like, people always about my work, which I like. I'm flattered. Art is subjective. Not everyone likes everything. And enough people like my stuff that I would love to show it at a show, but I didn't know about it early enough to get tables. Otherwise, I would have, because I could easily just drive up there. Nothing would have gotten broken. I used to live there. I lived in West Hartford for 2 years when I was working at ESPN. So. So like Thick and Brick Revolution from Ball and Holland, he lives up near there. He's like Sidious, don't go, you're not gonna like it. He's like, it's all kids. He's like, you're not gonna like it. But
yeah, I
still might check it out. I mean, it's so close, I might as well just check it out. And if it's bad, I'll walk around, see the mocks, and if I don't like it, I'll leave and visit people I know from up there. I haven't been up there in a long time. So.
He was echoing that same sentiment on Hauling and Bowling.
Yeah, exactly. I think I brought it up on Hauling on one of their shows, and I said to him, should I go? And he's like, no, don't go. So I was hoping he'd say, yeah, I'm going. Then we could meet up. But I don't think he's going. But I'll probably still check it out.
Yeah, April is a busy month for LEGO exhibitions and cons.
Yeah, like Kat says, this weekend, I think there's one going on in Milwaukee. There's one somewhere else. Like, there's a lot going on, dude.
Yeah, and that's the analytics I need.
I wonder where Makro is.
All those I saw. Well, he was here earlier, but I've been looking at the other streams to see what was going on.
Dude, did you watch ACOB last night?
Yes, I did. They were talking about they got Rich Boy J on.
Dude, what drives me nuts about him is he is so emotional about his opinions. I figured he would age and mature out of it, but he obviously hasn't. He cannot separate his emotions of his opinions from he was getting mad at people in the chat. He was being very stubborn about things, and it's like, dude, not everyone has to like what you like, bro. Like, what are you, 5 years old, man? Like, chill out, dude. Like, Not everyone has to have the same opinion about Star Wars that you do. Not everyone has to like the same things that you do. Like he was trying to say, like, oh, I don't like people like me were saying dioramas are more tiled off. They're targeted adults. They're usually a more finished off set, which they are. That's facts. I mean, most 18 plus sets are, especially dioramas, they're cleaner than a kid's play set. There's a lot more parts. It's more tiles. And he's trying to say that's not true. And it's like, dude, just because you don't like certain dioramas doesn't mean that it's not factual that they have more tiles and they're more tiled off. And you can't compare apples to oranges. He was trying to do that. I'm like, you cannot compare apples to oranges. They're two different things targeted at two different segments of the market, two different price points. The designers are working under two completely different budgets. And he just, because his opinion is one thing, that's the way it has to be. And it's like, dude, you need to grow up, bro. You really need to grow up.
Yeah, because there were some people in the chat who were going on about that, and so
Mayo, Taz wants to come on. Let Taz on.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I can shoot that out. Yeah, because they did what was it? They did the thing where you put up a number to vote for something. One was for dioramas, one was for something else, and I forget what the other option was.
He just kept saying.
Dioramas was a winning.
Yeah, he was getting mad, and it's like, bro, just because you don't like some of the dioramas doesn't mean that what we're trying to say here is that it's a more completed product. It's got more parts. It's aimed at adults, not kids. The playset, he gets mad because he doesn't like kids. People saying that Star Wars playsets are for kids, but they are. They are. That's what they're made for. Yes, as adults, we like them, but they're not meant for us. They're not. He can't handle that. The dude cannot handle that. And it's like, well, you need to grow up, bro, because it's the truth, man. I'm not making fun of you because you like Star Wars play sets. I would never do that, dude. If you like it, you like it. I'm happy for you. I want you to be happy. But you can't say the sky is green and convince me that it's green when it's really blue. Come on, bro.
Yeah. Because I think with the Star Wars theme, what a lot of people fail to recognize is there are adults who are buying those quote unquote play sets because they're mock builders.
Well, there's a lot, dude. I do it too. I'm very picky about it, but I do it.
Yeah.
And the ironic thing is, Mayo, is Rich Boy J builds huge dioramas. That's what he does. That's what he builds, huge dioramas. And it's like you're bashing diorama sets, but that's what you build constantly.
And so does he buy a lot of separate sale spacecraft?
I think, yeah, he buys a lot of the I think he buys all the Star Wars sets, to be honest. And that's fine. More power to you, man. If you like them, go for it. I'm not bashing because of that.
Yeah, because I don't know too much about Rich Boy J. All I know is that I hear people talking about him all the time, so I don't have a conclusive opinion.
When I first came onto the scene, he got jealous because I was getting attention for like you saw that Boba Fett helmet got 10,000 likes and people were sharing my stuff, and he started talking crap about me, and I was the bigger man. But I said to him, I'm like, dude, all right, then if you want to have a build off, I'll build against your whole lug versus me. I go, you guys, and I told him, I go, you can build something 6 feet, I'll build something 6 inches, and I think I'll still get the fan vote. And he wouldn't do it. So I was like, well, then stop talking crap. I'm not here talking shit about you, dude. You came at me all weird with an ego. Just chill out, man. I didn't even know who you were, and you're getting very jealous and sensitive. What are you, 5 years old, bro? So he's always had a weird thing for me, but he's also jealous because I actually used to work for Star Wars. But it's like, dude, you're a kid. I'm a 50-year-old man that did this for 30 years, I don't know why you're coming at me like this, but it is what it is.
Yeah, because I remember when people were complaining about the UCS assault on Hoth, and they thought it was a disgrace to the UCS. name tag.
I mean, I'm the type of person that if you like something, more power to you. I don't have to agree.
Hey, Contra.
But hey, what's up, Contra? Like, it's weird. Like, I'm never one to judge someone's opinion. Like, I'll have my own opinion, yes, but I'm never gonna be mad at someone because they don't like what I like. Like, that's just stupid, immature. Like, you need to grow up. Like, chill out, dude. Like, so it is what it is. I mean, you saw Mayo in the chat. He was getting mad at people in the chat because they didn't agree with him. It's like, dude, chill out. What is your ego the size of the United States? Like, calm down, bro. Like,
yeah, because he was in the chat responding to people instead of verbally responding to them on camera.
It's like, just calm down, bro. Like, you're making yourself look like a fool, to be honest.
I didn't, and I was in and out of that because I was having lunch, but I was there. Well, if it was what did it end up being, like a 4-hour show?
Yeah, it went for a while. It's something like that.
Yeah, because I was there for about 2 hours, and it was like every 10 minutes. Oh, there's a test backstage, and then like every 10 minutes, he would come into the chat and respond to someone.
Yeah, and towards the end, he started doing it even more frequently. What's up, Taz?
What's up?
G'day. How you going?
Good, man. Same old.
How are you?
What are you building, man? That looks good. It's filler brick though in the back. I see. You working on
just mountain stuff. So if I turn it around
for the what's the name of it again? The
Aurora Point.
Aurora Point. That's what it is.
Yeah. So actually,
Don't drop it, buddy. Don't drop it.
Yeah, no, it should all be good.
Well, one time wasn't your fault, right? Your shelves collapsed, didn't they?
Yes. Oh, and we moved. I had a lighthouse that I was working on, and when we moved, I had it in some storage containers, and I stacked heavier ones on top of the lighter one, and it's just the bottom ones that are caved in, and yeah. Sorry, but I've just got the Ideas lighthouse set at the moment, so I'm just using that one.
And that's why you called your town Aurora Point, because of the printed piece in that set.
Yeah. Hey, Contra, here you go, mate. Yeah, there's a couple of shows on this weekend. I think there's one in New South Wales. I know there's one down in Victoria at least. I don't know if there's one in Queensland or not this weekend, but I know there's a few Lego shows on this weekend in Australia alone. So that that affects that affects streams. Like I know when we were starting the dud on YouTube, if there was a couple of big conventions on, we may as well not have even bothered streaming because your audience that would be otherwise watching are either watching other streams that are covering that live event or that show, or they're actually at the show. So Stud's right as well, Mayo. You gotta just be yourself, mate. Like that's the biggest thing. Like I don't focus on subscribers or followers or all that sort of stuff because I just try to be myself, and I always go by the mantra: if someone wants to watch my content, they will. If they don't, then they won't. But just be yourself. And you've been doing this long enough where you have got a strong following. Not every stream's going to be big numbers, and
no, it's not.
You put pressure on yourself, especially when you're live. People are going to know that. I'm far from perfect, dude. I know myself. I put pressure on myself when I stream. It's the same thing. It's like when you first start and you've got maybe 2 people and sometimes 1, or initially until your stream gets going and the notifications get out there, you've got no one watching. So
yeah, because once I heard that you guys were talking about some of the other cons and expos that were going on, I was like, yes, that explains.
Yeah,
that explains. a
Yeah.
lot.
Well, Redcoat Kyle's in the house. What's up, Kyle? Sorry to cut you guys
Hey
off.
Kyle, and I should have known that because April is a busy month.
It is. I mean,
the
the change.
springtime because the springtime and the autumn weather is a good time for conventions.
It's always the
The
change of
other
seasons is always busy. Sorry.
The
go
other
on.
thing that you're never going to be able to help is, no matter when you pick a time to stream, there's going to be someone else streaming at the same time because of the last couple of years, because of the pandemic. At a time when most of us were either more or less forced into lockdown, sales for computers and webcams went through the roof. There was a time in my area where there was like a 3 or 4 week delay on getting a webcam, and I'm not talking a high quality one, just an average shitty looking webcam.
Yeah.
There were like stores that would have them sitting on the shelves for months collecting dust, literally. And then when the pandemic came around, they were gone. And then you were putting in an online order and waiting up to a month sometimes to get a webcam. And you couldn't find them even on the secondhand marketplace. People weren't selling them. People weren't even giving them away. It was, so that affects the streaming space. Stud and the Dud. So with Josh and I, that's, we ran into that sort of thing over here on YouTube. That's why we moved, is because at the end of the day, we want to bring a more interactive experience in with our show, and we're still getting there, but it's the fact that there's so much, nobody owns the streaming space though, right? So no one can force you to not stream when you're able to stream. You stream when you want to stream, and whether or not there's other streams going at the same time, who cares? Like, what you're also providing is you're providing variety. If someone wants to go to another stream that might be live right at the time that you're live now, let them. If that's what they want to do, fine.
And that's why I welcome competition.
Redcoat wants to come on. Sorry to cut you off.
Redcoat has an invite via the live stream gang.
Come on in, Kyle.
Yeah, that's the other thing, is that just because there's other people streaming, people have that freedom to go and watch the other channels. If they don't,
and that's why I welcome the competition.
You shouldn't really look at it as a competition, to be honest. Like, you should just
and that's part of the problem with the streaming side of things over here, which I've noticed in the last probably 2 years, is that there seems to be a competition, and it's like, and there's that level of, that person's streaming. He's streaming, so that, why isn't he watching mine? How come he's doing it? Or how come that person's streaming? It's like, you can't control the times when people stream. Like, for me, I'm very sporadic at the moment because that's what I'm able to do. I can't lock in every single stream because I've got other commitments.
Gary Vaynerchuk says it best, and I used to work for his ad agency for a couple of years, and he would always preach that, like, especially people like building brands online and stuff, he would say, he's like, why are you focusing on what other people are doing or what your competitors doing? Because you're wasting time that you could be building what you're doing and focusing on what someone else is doing. And it's so true, like, because you can't control that. Like Taz says, you can't control that. So I would rather spend.
That's why I end up feeling bad about myself when I do complain.
I mean, it's a good event. It's not like you're a human, dude. It's good to vent with that.
Yeah, it's all good. Like, no one's gonna crucify you for it. And I've had times where
I was gonna say, I would just focus on you though. Like, just focus on you, because you have a strong audience, dude. You may think it's smaller compared to other people's, but it's strong. You have a strong audience of people that.
Yeah, I know. I've got a dedicated fan base, and that's why I always like to let my appreciation be known, because they've made me who I am.
There's a lot of people, Mayo, that don't have an audience like you have, dude. A lot. So
and so that's why I end up feeling guilty whenever I complain about that stuff.
What's up, Kyle?
What's going on, guys?
Dude, that's a good angle, man. I love the lights in your city, but you know that I said that last time.
Yeah,
Did you
'cause
get-
for those who don't know, last week, Redcoat Kyle got on and showed off all of the lighting in his city.
Do you have Did you get any new lights yet or no?
I did. This entire street is now lit up.
Oh yeah, dude. That wasn't lit up last week.
Yes.
It looks good. That angle looks really sick, dude. I like that.
I love this angle.
It's reflecting off the street too, which is really cool.
It
Like the
is.
street tiles. That's dope, dude. It almost looks real, dude. It almost looks real, to be honest.
That's what I'm aiming for.
It looks like a rainy street in Boston or New York City, dude. Like it just rained out. It's all shiny.
Yeah. So, Mayo, remember what these guys are saying for you, because they're so true. Trust me,
Yeah.
I may not be a streamer, but the amount of YouTube I watch, man, I love when people go live. I
Yeah,
love
that's
it.
when and that's why I end up feeling guilty when I complain.
I mean, it's all right. You got to bet you're human, dude. So it's all good. I just don't want
Yeah.
you to get down on yourself, bro, because it's not. You have a strong audience, dude, and people always come back. You have a lot of friends that always come back, and there's a lot of people that don't have that, and they wish they had that. So you
Yeah.
gotta look at the positive side of it, man.
And also on top of it, like that, what he was just saying, you guys know me on here. Just a couple times where I come on every once in a while, maybe once or twice a week. And, I shoot that old saying, you shoot the stuff with the guys.
Yeah.
But I enjoy that with you guys. It's one of the two streams I'm mostly on is with either Mayo or Cajun Yeti. And I enjoy showing you guys, the city or just chatting with you guys. I enjoy it. And, you never have to feel guilty whether you stream, do a short little video, do even one of the YouTube shorts. Man, I enjoy seeing what you put out. I enjoy seeing your content. I'm always happy when I see, hey, notification, Mayo's live. Dude, let's go.
There's always going to be other people, like Ted says, streaming at the same time. You can't control
Yeah.
that. So.
Yeah.
We found that with Starting the Dud. There was times where there was another show that might not have started at the same time as us. They might have started a bit later.
But you'll get people watching the replay too, so it's like
exactly.
It's always worth streaming, dude. Even if the chat, like the people viewership is low at the time, because people are going to come back and watch. And if you just gave up and didn't do it, and you said, "Oh, I don't have viewers right now, I'm going to stop," then you wouldn't even get those people replaying it. So it's
Right.
That's right.
It is what it is. But
So, Mayo, here's a prime example. The last Yeti and Click and Cliff, the last stream that they were on, I joined them, or that Cliff did. I joined them, before stream even started, and it was about a solid 12, 14 minutes before, people actually started really getting on and, started talking with us in the comments.
Yeah, and that's why I feel guilty whenever I complain.
I mean, it's human, bro. It's normal that you're gonna.
You're human, man.
But I just don't want you to get down on yourself about it, because you have a strong audience, dude. You do. And
You do. You really do, man.
Yes, and for all of those good reasons is why I feel guilty whenever I complain.
Well,
It's just gonna
Sometimes-
beat yourself up in the head. You're just gonna beat yourself up in the head, though. If you feel
yeah, exactly. Like sometimes, like a strategy I try to use sometimes, and it doesn't always work. But, every now and then it does. plan when you do go live, plan as if you're going to have basically little to no viewers, because what that can sort of get you to do is think of a couple of topics to have, or even just a few that might be long enough to get you through, say, the first 10-15 minutes of when you go live. Because I've done streams where I've streamed for, like, I've done streams where I've said to myself, okay, I'm just going to stream for about an hour and we'll see what happens. And for that nearly 45 minutes to 50 minutes, hardly anybody at all is watching or commenting in the chat. And as I start to get a bit disheartened and think, all right, I'm just going to finish it up, next minute 3 or 4 people pop in, and next minute you're streaming for 3 to 4 hours.
Exactly. And that's why I need to write some script before I go live.
Well, not even just scripts. I mean, the fact, Mayo, that you have that unique ability to be able to pull many facts about certain themes, sets, and whatever, and certain years of Lego's production of sets and stuff like that. If you know when you're live, if you know that if you can see that you're not really getting any activity out of your chat, or if you're keeping an eye on your live numbers and you're seeing that there might only be 1 or 2 people watching, or that are in lurk mode, if you've already got something to talk about, that time will pass, and then all of a sudden you'll notice that your chat will pick up, and then so will your views. Because again, the times when we go live and the when you and I both know that our biggest chunk of our audience is not Australia, it's US and other countries. So we've already got a fight in our hands because we've got a time zone issue. So when our day is starting to wind down, it's getting super late in the US, or when we're like hitting 11 p.m. or midnight for us in Australia, our main audience is just getting up and starting their day. So I know myself, first thing in the morning when I'm trying to get ready to go to work, I don't have time to be watching live streams. I might try and throw something on in the background, but I haven't got that time to actively be streaming or to chat because I've got to go to work.
And here's a good point to that too. You guys are down in Australia. I'm up in the US. It's 11:33 at night up here.
Yeah.
So that exact thing, the time zones and all that, it can be difficult to get some viewers on at a certain time.
But I do think it's smart though that Mayo he knows his analytics, and he does cater to that US audience, and he posts he streams at this time for us, which is cool. I appreciate that. I really do.
Oh, same here.
And, I try not to get hung up on looking at, the other thing too, you got to remember with the streaming software is that, and regardless of what platform, whether you're streaming on Twitch or YouTube or whatever, there's always going to be a delay with the numbers, and they're never going to be 100% accurate because it's just how it is. It's whether there's that little bit of a delay that the software uses or time for it to update. So, on StreamYard, it tells us how many are watching live. Twitch does the same thing with the stream dashboard. It tells you how many are watching live and all that sort of stuff. But for me, I find if I just keep looking at that, it's a distraction for me. And if I start to get disappointed and thinking, oh, no one's watching, what's going on, people can start to hear that in your voice when you're, when you're live. It's just like being on live radio or TV. When there's no editing, you are live. So, one thing that you could do is have a couple of ideas in your mind as talking points so that until your chat arrives, you've got something active, because you've got lurkers who won't participate in the chat because they might be shy. They might not feel comfortable or safe by commenting in the chat, but they're watching your content. You're still providing them something to watch. And whatever that they're watching, you have eyeballs on your channel. So when other people go and see, oh, Mayo's live, oh, he's got a couple of people watching. Okay, cool. It's that sort of thing as well.
Yeah,
and
well,
it's also.
Go ahead, Kyle.
Sorry.
I'm sorry.
So I do a couple streams on my personal Facebook. I don't, throw out my Facebook for everyone, but I have a small group of friends on there. And there's times where I do Facebook Live at times. It hasn't happened often, but there's times. And, at first it's like, okay, well, what am I going to talk about? Is anyone even going to show up? Am I just going to hit end and delete this and be like, okay, whatever? Or, am I going to have 10, if I'm lucky, 10 people come on and I'm just sitting here blabbing about nothing? I mean, it happens. There's other times where I've done it and I've had absolutely no one come on. And I'm not going to, I don't sit there and be like, oh, damn, this is, pointless and just whatever. I mean, there have been times where I've been like that. But I always say, hey, I'm going to give it another, say, let's do another 10 minutes of sitting here ranting about my city or a musket or how to clean stuff on your kit for reenacting. I'll sit there for another, say 10 minutes. And eventually someone might pop on and be like, oh, hey, what's up? What are you doing? Oh, hey, okay, well,
exactly.
There's someone on.
That's the thing. And that's, 100%. If you've got something that you can use as a, there's times where I've started streaming and I've tried to push just for an hour. And when you know that, your chat's very quiet or you've just picked a time or a day to stream and your usual audience isn't around, it can be a real struggle to even just want to push through an hour. Like I know, but then all of a sudden, you get close to wanting to wrap up and next minute everything blows up. There's more people coming in to watch. There's people jumping in your chat. There's people that are like, hey man, around, let's jump on the panel. And
that's why I've got to change my philosophy. I've got to change my philosophy about how I approach these things.
I think it's like it's not a perfect. Well, I mean, some people make a career of doing these sort of videos and doing the science behind when you live stream and when should you live stream, all that sort of stuff. But time you can't you can't just because you hit the live button, you can't force your audience to come and watch.
No.
Like there's so many times I've been doing a live stream where it's been almost midnight in Australia on a Thursday night, and I know I've got to go to work Friday morning, and I've been like, oh, this first hour was a struggle. Next minute I'm just in that process of wanting to wrap it up, and all of a sudden everyone's awake, they're hanging out, the chat is like really getting going, and all of a sudden you're that engaged in the chat, you've just blown through another hour without realizing.
Oh yeah.
All of a sudden it's 1 o'clock in the morning, and now you've got 20 people watching you, and your chat is just humming along, and you're that tired. You're like, shit, I got to go to work in a few hours. You can't help that. You can't predict it as well. It's just what it is.
No, and that's why I've got to change my philosophy, because there is so much unpredictability in there.
Oh, absolutely.
And that's part of the challenge, I think, too. Like, it's not necessarily a bad thing. It's just, again, we're already in our own battle because we have a time zone issue. Whereas if we were both in the States doing our own thing, just like we are now, and if we're in the country where our primary audience is based, it's a different story.
Right.
Then you've got other things to look at because you're going to have more people streaming at that time as well. But the main thing is, mate, just be yourself. Just be you. Don't change who you are to appeal to other people. Like, they're already watching you because of who you are. The other thing, that I don't do giveaways and stuff like that. I don't have a problem with people that do, but I've heard the good and bad points of people who do giveaways on for live streams or for other things. Is that you are going to get a sub increase or a view increase when you're doing the giveaway because, well, you're giving away free shit. But after you've done that, say the following week you do a normal stream, do you think you're going to have, and if you're not doing a giveaway, if you're just doing an ordinary stream, do you think you're going to have those same eyeballs watching again? Maybe not, maybe.
That's what I mean though about a strong audience is that he's got a strong audience where those giveaways they call them fluff impressions. They're fluff viewers because they come there just for the free stuff, and a percentage of them will never come back and interact with you. They're gone. So
That's right.
it's like you have a strong audience of friends, dude. So it's
absolutely.
I'd rather have a smaller strong audience than a big one full of fluff impressions, but that's just me.
All right, so when I joined in the chat, I was like, before I even came on, I was like, man, I hope Mayo is still on, is still alive, because dude, I love his content. I love, what you do. And then, I saw that, hey, he's still live, he's still going. I'm like, dude, that's awesome. Say hi to everyone, and
Mayo goes late for us. Mayo goes into the night.
Hey, but I don't mind that.
Well, I love it. I love it.
Although, I mean, tonight I should be sleeping, but I have insomnia, so we never sleep.
I'm the same way. So what do you guys feel about what we were talking about earlier of the dioramas versus play sets? And I know it's subjective opinion to what people like and their own taste, but to me, dioramas they're targeted at the adult audience. They're an 18 plus set. They're usually they're more tiled off, a little more finished product, more parts than a play set. Like, am I crazy here? Or because we were talking about this on the ACOP stream, and Earth Boy J was like adamant about it that it's not that way, and I'm like, dude, that's how they're marketed though. Like most diorama sets are more tiled off. It's more of a finished product than a play set. It's a totally different demographic.
It seems like it's more aimed towards the adults than the adolescents.
Yeah, like
because
he was getting angry because he felt that people were bashing him for liking play sets, which was not the case. I mean, I buy play sets, dude. I buy 4+ sets. I buy friend sets. Same. I buy whatever I like, whatever interests me. If I like the parts, if I like the content, if I like, it all depends. But there's no way around it that the diorama sets are targeted at adults and they're more finished off.
So here's a perfect example, guys. I don't do Speed Champions, but I got the 007 car. All right. If you can't tell, there's a reason why I don't get them. They're a little bit too big.
Yeah.
But I got it just for my museum build. So it's a set that I wouldn't normally buy, but I got it because I know, hey, I'm doing this project, so it's something that I could add to that project.
Well, he tried to bring that up too in the Speed Champions, and I'm like, dude, you can't compare apples to oranges here, man. And like, they're all aimed at different demographics, they're different price points. The designers are working at different budgets with different parts counts. You can't compare the two to each other because they're different. They're different. It's apples and oranges, man. Like, we're not saying that you're like someone's an idiot for liking one over the other. Like whatever you like, but you can't really compare the two, like any category to the other category, because they're different. They're designed totally different. So I don't know.
And to me, that's one of the best things about Lego is that there is such a huge variety.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Of what you can get.
Totally.
Star Wars, Harry Potter, Ninjago, City Theme, the Friend sets, Castle.
Then you have the system itself too, where you can just build whatever you want as well, which is the beauty of it too. So it's like, Rich Boy James is just getting so adamant about it, and it's like, dude, why can't you handle the fact that other people don't like what you like? Like, why can't you handle that? Like, it was bothering me. It was like, dude, you need to mature yourself, man, because like he was getting so angry about it. It's like, dude, just chill out. Not everyone likes what you like, man. Sorry.
And exactly, and I mean the best thing about Lego is the variety, to me at least. You fall in with what you like. I told myself when I started doing my city, I'm not doing any Star Wars sets. I have 4 of them. And
dude, I don't even buy that many. People see my name, Stud Sidious. I love Star Wars. I used to work for Star Wars, but I don't even buy that many because I buy the ones I like. I buy the ones I don't buy. So it's like But if someone likes a set I don't like, I'm fine with it. If it makes you happy, good. I'm glad it makes you happy, man. Like,
Yeah.
but
Yeah.
he was getting
That's
angry
why
because
Lego makes so many themes in the first place, because not everyone's going to like castle, not everyone's going to like space, not everyone's going to like city, not everyone's going to like trains, not everyone's going to like Star Wars, not everyone's going to like
Right.
superheroes.
Or speed champions or whatever.
Not everyone's going to like speed champions, not everyone's going to like creator twin one, not everyone's going to like icons, not everyone's going to like
The architecture sets.
architecture or dots or friends or Disney princesses. Have as much variety as possible to capture all the segmentations of a target market.
you just reminded me I have to get the White House set because it's going to retire the architecture set. I want that set. I missed the Capitol building. That one was good. I like the architecture sets because they're tiled off and it's micro scale, but I just like that style. Like that. That's why I like dioramas. I just like that style. So, but if people don't like that style, I don't get mad at them. We have a difference of opinion. So what? That's what you like. I don't care. It doesn't make me look down on you or judge you. Like, if you like it, it makes you happy, then I'm happy for you, But
Yeah.
he was getting upset because he felt people were attacking him. This is what I think. Because I couldn't really tell because he was just being very immature. But like people were attacking him for liking Star Wars play sets. But I buy 4+ sets all the time. I buy friend sets all the time. Those aren't targeted at me, but I still buy them, if I like it. So, I don't know. It baffled me that he's trying to say that he was like, diorama sets aren't more finished off than a play set. It's like, yes, they are, man. Or do you lies? Yes, they are. They are. Like, I don't care what you say. They are. You can see it. Like,
So, my most favorite view of the city, by far.
that's it. The angle you had before is good. That one's good too. I mean, anywhere now looks great. You have the blinking lights going too. That's right.
Yeah. Well, I just installed this one, the flash a yellow light.
That. I noticed that was new.
But I also have the camera person down there with that flashing light.
I love the little brick head sign up the top, the minifig head sign on top with the airplane light blinking.
Yeah.
Oh, it's brick built. That's rad. I just realized that.
Mm-hmm.
What are those tiles? Yeah, the tiles.
Yeah, those are tiles. Yep.
Yeah, I like that with the
That-
plane.
That's the actual billboard that comes with that set. But I haven't wanted to add or subtract anything from that one set because it's my most favorite sets. So instead of doing something, completely different for that billboard, I just changed it up and did my Lego billboard.
Yeah, dude, I'm all for. That's the beauty of the Lego system. Whatever makes you happy,
Right?
I want you to be happy. I'm happy that you're happy. Like, some people just get so emotional about other people's opinions. I'm just like, dude, can you relax for a second, man? Like, chill. My knees are
People
killing
are
me.
texting me like crazy.
Kyle, today was like 90 degrees for me down here in Connecticut. How was it for you?
Same, bro. Same.
Yeah, it felt like August, man. I was like, when did this? Because sometimes in April we still get snow. This year was bad though. We didn't get like down here, and I'm on the shoreline, so whenever it was snowing up for you guys, we weren't getting much snow. We had a really off winter where we didn't really get much snow at all. But usually April is still snowing here for me, and it's been summer weather all week.
Yeah, up here it's been pretty warm weathered, 60s, 70s, 80s.
Yeah, today was 89, dude. It was 89 degrees today. It was hot.
Yeah, same. I mean, it was make me almost like not want to go tomorrow because I have my reenacting tomorrow.
Oh, you're gonna get on all that? You do that in the summer, bro?
Yeah.
Oh my, props to you, man.
Well,
A New England summer gets so humid. People don't realize the humidity that we
Oh
deal
my
with.
we last year. All right. So do you remember last year that heat wave we had?
Yeah, I know.
It was like almost pushing 100. I was out there in wool.
But the heat, they didn't realize, like, it's not, the 100 in Vegas is dry heat. Here, the humidity, you can go outside and you feel the difference in the air. It's thick. Like New England New England air is very heavy, very heavy.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, we get hurricanes because of it. Like, you know the deal. So, like, people don't realize that when you say that it's 90, it's really, to us, it's like in the winter with the wind chill factor. It's kind of like that. But humidity is so, people don't realize, like, the heat is nothing. I could take dry heat, but the humidity kills me. I don't know how you get in those old clothes, that old heavy clothing like that, man. Props to you, bro. I would never be able to do that ever.
Trust me, last what was it, July, we had that heat wave. I almost passed out a couple times.
Dude, I would, like, for real, I would. So I passed out in the car and flipped it because of the heat once like that. Like, I cannot handle it, man.
Yeah.
Like, the humidity, I can't breathe, and I just go down, man. Like, I get heat stroke, man. Like, it's not.
I got stroke last year when we had that heat wave because, again, all that wool.
Yeah, it's the humidity, dude. I can't take it. And the older I get, the worse it gets, dude.
That's why I always take a water bottle wherever I go because I don't.
I do too, but it's still you can't escape the humidity. It's bad. Like, there's nothing you can do about it. There's nothing.
Well, so one thing people don't really get, like, up here is like, if you live, say, out in Vegas or somewhere where it's, you know, really dry, but you have 0% humidity. And I tell them, oh yeah, it's 90 degrees out with 110% humidity.
Yeah.
They have no idea what I'm talking about.
On those days, you'll relate to this, Kyle. I pray for a thunderstorm because the thunderstorm breaks the humidity and it's nice and cool right after the thunderstorm.
Oh,
so
yeah.
I was like, I want a thunderstorm. When it gets hot like that, you know a thunderstorm is coming, a bad one. And it's like, please get the thunderstorm so it can be nice and cool outside. Like, and I'm on the ocean, I'm on the water. So usually you get the breeze. When it gets so humid, there's no wind. There's no wind. It's so thick in the air.
Oh, yeah.
Like, it was like that today, dude. I was at the beach. I was like, what the hell, man? This is like August weather. I mean, my bulldogs have bad breeding to begin with, but he looked at me like, dude, get me out of here. I thought I was taking him to the park and the beach to have fun, and he was like, I don't want any of this.
I don't want to be here.
We don't have a lot of humidity around here, fortunately.
I don't know why we get humidity like that in the Northeast, but we do.
But I know people who complain. I know people in other states who complain about the humidity all the time.
Oh yeah,
it's the worst up on the east, the Northeast. For some reason, I think it's because of the winds off the Gulf Stream winds or whatever it is. Like, we get like a lot of the air coming up from the Caribbean, and then we get the cold air coming down from Canada, like mashing together, and it just creates like hell, basically.
Oh, yeah. If you want to come to a place where you're gonna lose 10 pounds in an hour,
yeah, exactly.
Come up to Massachusetts, Connecticut, you'll understand.
Yeah, exactly.
So perhaps some of the members of the buffet club need to go there then.
Dude, you really, like, in the summer on hot days, you'll wake up and all the water weight is sucked out of you, and you're like, "Damn, I'm skinny today."
We get, where I am in New South Wales, like I'm just outside of Sydney and that, and we get humidity as well when we get heat waves. But it seems like, you know, parts of South Australia, more sort of around the Adelaide area, get sort of more heat waves than sort of humidity, as much as, you know, when it's like for a heat wave, we can get 4 to 5 days where it's, you know, high 30s or low 40s in the Celsius range, which for us is very hot. Yeah. Whereas Adelaide seems to, you know, I've spent a little bit of time in Adelaide. Like, I obviously don't live there. I live just outside of Sydney, but You know, the times where I was in Adelaide, it was quite pleasant. But I've got, you know, workers I used to work with on the railway that live there, and you hear them talk about sort of heat waves more than the humidity. So
Yeah.
you know, still a
And I
nice
think
place.
the reason why Sydney gets more humidity is because of the Sydney Harbour and the Parramatta River. There's more water basins that gets trapped in the air.
Yep.
Yeah, it gets quite humid, and even like I say, even where I am again too, we get those days where it's just a wall of heat and it's just a wall of humidity. And this, like, if I go for a bike ride, like I'll take the motorbike sort of down towards some of the more scenic areas that are closer to the actual water or to the ocean compared to going more inland. And sometimes I'll go inland. And once you get out of a certain area, you literally feel like a 6, 7, nearly 10 degree drop in temperature straight up. It's like, I think it's just some of the towns and that you're in too. They just get that hot and it's just so humid, and it's like a little humidity bubble. And that bubble bursts if you say get 10 kilometers out of that little area. All of a sudden, it's beautiful weather. You know?
Well, what you missed, Gladiator, is we talked about the new Little Mermaid clam shell set. We talked about the debate between Star Wars play sets and Star Wars diorama sets. We talked about me feeling guilty about myself and feeling sorry for myself and being hard on myself. And now we're talking about the weather because it's a good time of the year because it's not summer and it's not winter, so you don't get those weather extremities.
Well, we did today though, so we got robbed, which like it felt like August today, which is my least favorite month of the year because it was like today was one of those days, like Kyle said, where you can just sweat out 10 pounds for some reason.
And hello, Johnny G.
Dude, what do you guys think of the new? What do you guys think of the new? The Ideas space set that they announced with the. It's like this clean 70s look mosaics. Do you guys see those?
I was saying that I don't mind it. No, it looks like
I kind of like them. They look really vintage and they're very simple, but they're very cool at the same time. Like they use like wands, like magic wands in white as like shooting stars and stuff. Like they kept it really close to the submission that the fan put on Lego Ideas. They just added one more mosaic to it, but I think they look pretty cool.
And in 2 minutes, I'm going to reveal the prototype intro for Will Hoeg because we got Good Morning Brick World and the Lub stream who made an intro, and so yeah, we're gonna play that at the top of the hour. Because eventually, when we get a third person, then that'll be the new intro for Will Hoeg.
All right. So, Maya, what have we got to do to? So, what have we got to do to? If we just got to say real whole egg or something in the stream?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, just got to say real Hoeg, and eventually I'll make. Well. Yeah, because I started working on a compilation video, and every time someone sends something in, then I can add it to the compilation.
Cool. Okay.
Because one of the things I was editing this week was that compilation.
Cool.
Putting together a desk right now.
But I don't mind that. Like I said, I like that. That I'm not a huge Disney or Little Mermaid fan, but I like the design of that set, and I could use the parts. So I think I probably will buy it for the build experience.
Yeah,
Everyone wants those orcs really badly.
I have a few of those orcs, more than a few, but I don't have a huge army. But I have like I don't know, half a dozen, something like that.
And so this is the prototype intro I've done so far. Hello, it's me, mayohosko, coming to you at 60 frames per second in 4K resolution. No sugar, no filler, just real whole egg, and welcome to my channel.
Mayohosko, it's your boy, JP.
Real whole egg. Everybody say real whole egg. Real whole egg.
Real whole egg.
Real whole egg.
There we go. Capture that, Mayo. That's for you. That's for you.
Everyone on the panel say it at the same time. Okay.
Oh, okay.
What are we saying again?
Real whole egg.
Whole egg.
Okay. 1, 2, 3.
Real
Whole egg. Close enough.
Everyone make sure to send in your videos of saying real whole egg and I'll add you to the intro. Thank you.
See, look at that. Like I said, dude, you have a strong audience of friends.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And because when I was watching the last episode of Good Morning Brick World, they saw my name and immediately Garage Land Studios said that. And so when he told me, when he said at the end to cap it, that's exactly what I did. I rewinded the stream and I got out the screen share. So the screen record function on my phone, and I did that on the spot so I wouldn't forget about it.
There you go. I mean, that's what you gotta do.
Exactly. And hopefully that'll get bigger in the future.
Oh, this
It
weekend.
just takes time. That's the thing, you know.
Exactly. Time goes on, and it's of the essence. Just like how I say, if there's anything I learned from high school science, is that gravity and the laws of physics aren't your best friend or your worst enemy. They just exist. Time isn't your best friend or your worst enemy. It just exists.
Yeah.
Johnny G, you don't play with that Tales from Space set. You get it, you build it, and if it's me, I'm going to tear it down and use it for parts, but I'll have fun building it. And I'll use the parts for something else.
Yeah. Well, hey, Gladiator, here's an idea. If you wanted to have one of your Warhammer characters saying that would be pretty cool. Because for those who don't know, Gladiator Briggs Productions is a big Warhammer fan, and he does a lot of stop motions on his channel about Warhammer, and they're really good because he's got specific sound effects that complement the script good.
Yeah, I'll see if I can conjure him up to the microphone. He had a bit of a hard night last night. His head's a little bit sore, but I'll see if I can get Grandpa Taz. G'day everyone, it's Grandpa Taz here, and I was watching Mayo's stream here, and I noticed started to get a little bit hungry because there's all this talk about food and mayonnaise, and I thought, well, I'll go and make a little sandwich. And typical Taz being a bit of a tight ass, he got this cheap inferior mayonnaise, and all I really wanted was just some real whole egg. See, there you go.
See, I might just have to cap that.
Well, look, I'm more than happy to record something, or if you want to use that,
that's so good.
I'm down for that. Yeah, you know, it's having something like that is, you know, this is the thing, mate. You're in one of those positions as a streamer, and more to the point, as a Lego fan, where you have a lot more ability to retain some other facts and certain things that most of us might remember for a little bit, but we'll sort of forget, and not intentionally. It's just some of us, have goldfish memory, or just, but that's the thing. Like when you go live, plan as if no one's going to watch. Have a talking point or several talking points, because once you get on a roll with that, what you're doing, even subconsciously or unknowingly for a little bit too, is that time's passing, and during that time you're allowing for the notifications to get out, because they don't always happen instantly. I was caught out on a couple of live streams on Twitch where I've got the notifications turned on for people that I follow, and it was like half an hour, because I could see when the person started streaming, and it's just like, I just got notified, and it's like, that was half an hour ago. So you sort of, if you've got something there, you're going to pass the time, and before you know it, you're either halfway through that topic or you're partway through it, and all of a sudden you've got your chat there. Then your chat can help you take the stream wherever you want to go.
And that's why I've got to use that to my advantage in the future.
Yeah, absolutely.
Mayo, I just had another good idea. When you have like something you like, or a new set comes out that you like, it's a golden egg.
Oh, that's cool. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, that's a good one. So like, when what's one of the rumors? Yeah. So we were talking about earlier the rumor of the medieval market 2.0. If that set ever does come out, I'll have to do.
Yeah, it's a golden egg. Like
I'll have to do a golden egg, because as a castle fan, I can't not buy that set.
Yeah, no, it just popped in my head. I have another good idea, actually. I'll be right back.
I'm gonna write that down.
Yeah, put it down. Golden egg. That's a good for like rating sets you like, or rumors you like, or something like that.
I can probably find something from Jack and the Beanstalk with the scene with the golden egg.
I mean, there you go. You could do so many spin-offs with that. Just that one idea, that it is so perfect for you.
Yeah, like play off it. Use the egg thing that you're going for as a, or you could have like maybe a, you like your own sort of review, whether it's, like people can say like food spoils, so it could be spoiled mayo, or spoiled something, or play off like like your rotten eggs, or what you could do, say for example, if you wanted to review say 2 or 3 different themes, call it scrambled eggs, because it's scrambled. It's there's play off, have some fun with it.
Exactly, and all these puns that people come up with, I always make sure to note them down. And actually, I'm gonna write that one down too.
Do some polls with your chat or whatever in that as well. To get some ideas if you run out of ideas. That's
Dude, it's a pain in the butt for me to get these off the minifigs when I do this, but I'm gonna slam this egghead down on here. See the egg?
Let's get a full screen on that.
I'm gonna like find a good one and like really, because I can't get them off when I put them on, but you can cram the egg all the way down. But I'm gonna create a real whole egg little fig for you to do a video intro.
That's awesome.
Like I'll give him a white cape, a little jar of mayonnaise in his hand. But when I push these down, dude, it's hard to get them off. So I gotta find a custom off-market Lego fig where it'll slip on a little easier. But that I can easily push it down now, but I'm not gonna be able to get it off. So
that reminds me of the pencil. No, sorry, not the Eraserhead character from the Lego Batman movie.
Yeah.
Collectible minifigure series 1.
Well, you can even do stop motion with it. It fits on one of my custom figs that doesn't have as thick of a neck as the Lego figs, but it'll fit all the way down, and I'll do a video or something with that. Eggman though. Let me find. I'll find the one I used to have it on where I pushed it all the way down. It's like a custom one, I think.
Gladiator.
Put a little translucent jar of mayonnaise in his hand.
Have a good night, Gladiator.
See you, Gladiator.
So I think we're working on the Taylor Studio right now.
On
We
May
got the
Joe,
sign.
you were able to get the Jazz Club set.
Yeah, I'm building it right now.
I know, I'm jealous, man.
I'm liking watching everybody else build it. I'm getting it as a birthday present this year, so I've got it. We've got it. It's just I'll wait for my actual birthday before I open it and that. But it's yeah, I like the set. It's I thought it would be nice. It's nice that they included a pizzeria, and I'm still going to go back and remock mine eventually, But yeah, I like what they've done this time around.
So, are you waiting till it goes 20% off at my end of financial year?
No, we ended up getting that. That was the original plan, but while I was in one of my many appointments a few months ago,
Hey, Secret Squirrel.
we ended up going to the Lego store and we ended up getting the set. Because Mrs. Taz was like, "Is there a set that you really want for your birthday?" And I sort of said, at the time, it wasn't like we could afford to buy the Titanic or Rivendell or whatever. So I said, "Well, yeah, I actually like the modular jazz club." And I said, "But I've been waiting for maybe mid-year until I can get it a little bit cheaper." And she said, "Well, we're here now. Why don't we just get it?" And it's like, okay, righto. So we ended up getting it. But my original plan was to wait until later in the year when I could get it a little bit cheaper. But we'd already gotten, we'd already spent a little bit. I got some stuff off the Powerballs and that, so we'd already spent a little bit, and it was just like, yeah, bugger it, we'll just get the thing now, and then I can open it, when I'm ready,
And the reason I got the set at the start of the year instead of end of financial year sales was because of the Balactron gift with purchase.
Yeah, I got that Blacktron set as well. It's really cool. I haven't opened it yet, but I've got it. That's awesome.
That's now the pride and joy of my interplanetary space base.
Yeah, it's a very nostalgic little set, that one.
Oh, I see there.
Oh, sorry.
There's some pieces stuck behind here. Oh, and there's a minifigure I've still got to put together. And there's some foliage that are out front that needs to go together.
Trying to get a little bit of tiling done.
Yeah, tiling.
I know everybody likes tiling, but I just love how it looks.
Tiling is a hot button debate where I come from as a fan of.
Oh, and there's nothing wrong, and that's the best part about the hobby as well, is that we can appreciate what we want to appreciate out of it, and if one of us doesn't like tiling, then that's fine. That's okay. There is good and bad with doing tiling. It has its advantages. It certainly has its disadvantages. But I do it because I'm going for a certain aesthetic to what I do, and for me at the moment, doing the tiling until I can afford to do Mills plate, which is actually what I was aiming for originally. I was going to use a whole bunch of darker plate pieces and light, and a combination of the dark and light trans blue tiles to create water depth. So, I've just got to get to that point financially where I can afford to, put in the order for the parts, because it takes up a lot of parts.
Well,
yeah, the reason why it's a hot to button debate where I come from is because I'm a hybrid builder. Because I know vintage fans of like. So I have to mute myself.
so like for me, I'm in that same boat. I like tiling. Like on all my buildings, all the roofs are tiled.
Yeah.
And for me, I like the aesthetic look of it. It looks better than, open studs, to me, at least, on buildings. Yeah. And, I mean, all my trains, most of, like, certain cars and vehicles are tiled. But I like the aesthetic look of it, so it's not as, as rigid as, studs.
Yeah,
and
sure.
The reason it's a hot to bottom debate where I come from is because I know people that would, for example, never tile their sidewalks, which is if you're using, on the road base plates, when you have those studs off to the side, a lot of vintage fans just accept that as their sidewalk. But I'm like, those studs look ugly. I'd prefer to have tiles or jumpers on those areas.
Yeah, Mayo.
And if you have jumpers, it makes it easier to position the minifigures.
Yep.
But I know vintage fans that would never ever put tiles. But then on the flip side, I don't do a lot of interior details because I'd rather use my pieces elsewhere, so I don't tile in there. But whenever I look at a vintage Lego City, I'm like, yeah, those sidewalks don't look good with the exposed studs.
So Mayo, to add on to that one, like when I first
The
got
egg skeleton army.
I did not tile the interior because it wasn't lit up. I had no reason to. You can only see inside of it like during the daytime, whereas right now I can see the tile floor. And adding lights to a building, it makes it so you see inside of the building. So it's one of those little detail things for me.
Mayo, I'm part of the egg skeleton army right here. Get your real whole egg on the Mayohosko channel.
Yeah, I might have to do the same. You might have to take a photo of that.
I tried to add a little mayo jar to his hand, but the skeleton hands don't really hold figs that well.
No, because they use the what is it? The bended. No, they use the 45 degree. They use the 45 degree angle
arms.
Exoforce arm.
Nanu, the Mayo real whole egg army.
The double Exoforce arm. No, sorry, the double clip 45 degree bend Exoforce arm.
Oh, Mayo, that's another thing, dude. You're probably young to remember this, but Mork and Mindy, the original like Robin Hood. Oh, that looks awesome, Tess.
Look at that tiling.
Yeah, that's the look I was going for.
I'll put that on full screen because it's so good.
So I mean, this is a webcam, so I'm not going to get the best quality of the. But you can sort of see how, even just artificial light that's in the room. But I mean, it's reflecting, which when you see glassy or calm water or medium calm water and that, or just water in general, you're going to see reflections. And
that looks awesome, yeah.
Thank you.
I like the little the very colors, the tone on tone that you used in there, like to break it up. Looks really good.
Break it up a bit, yeah. No, and I appreciate that. And Mrs. Taz was the one who suggested to me to use the foam, yeah, and it was just like it looks really cool. But
it definitely does. It definitely does.
Yeah.
And there's another thing. I would never tile. I would never tile my water, but I would tile my railway tracks.
Yeah. See, whereas if I was going to do a railway I'm undecided. If I was going to do a railway track, I probably would tile over the because like the standard Lego track is that dark grey colour, whereas I would use like a lot of people do. In certain countries, like in the US, you see parts where the we call them sleepers, and they call them railway ties in other countries as well. They're more of a black colour, whereas some of ours over here in Australia can be more of like a wood, timber, a lighter sort of maybe a bit of a grey or brown. So I mean, if I was going to do a railway track, I'd probably do mine with brown tile. But this is the best part about the hobby is that everyone can we can do what we want to do to what we are happy with. So, my grandma always had the fun saying of opinions are like arseholes. Everybody has one.
Yeah.
One person might like tiling, the other person will, and that's okay. It's personal preference.
That's why I get so weirded out when people like can't handle someone else's opinion. They get emotional about it. It's like, dude, they're not making fun of you. You have a different view. It's no big deal, man.
Yeah,
that comes with time and maturity, obviously, but there's a lot of people that you would think in the community wouldn't be that immature, and they are. It's like, what does it mean? You don't get mad at me because I don't like the same thing you do, man. Like, come on.
Someone will look at what I've done and hate it. Someone else will come along and love it. Someone else will be like, oh, that looks okay. You're going to get, no matter what, you're going to get differences in opinions, and that's okay. But as long as, the other opinions aren't being shoved down your throat, opinions are totally fine. It's what it is.
Mayo, the old Mork and Mindy TV show where it was Robin Williams' like first breakout like TV sitcom.
Yes.
And he had a giant egg, and he would go nanu nanu, and he would get in this giant egg. That would be good clips. Look up Mork and Mindy nanu nanu, and you'll see he used to get into this giant egg. He would talk to the egg too. It's good to have like throwback clips for your channel. It'll fit.
Yeah. So was the show called Mork and Mindy?
Yeah, Mork and Mindy, and he was supposedly an alien, but he was just Mork. He was a human. He looked like Robin Williams, but he wore a spacesuit sometimes, like this '70s like foil reflective spacesuit. But at the end,
all those '60s and '70s sci-fi aliens with the tin foil.
But he used to like talk to this giant egg. Like, and it would be good for your show to have clips of that, like to play the egg with him talking to the egg. People love Mork and Mindy too. Like,
because if I'm able to find one of those scenes where he's got an egg in his hand or he cracks an egg over someone's head, that'd be cool stock footage.
Well, he's talking to like a giant egg. It's like a big black space, and he's just talking to this huge egg. Like it would be good clips for you. Just after the show, YouTube Mork and Mindy egg, and you'll see it instantly on YouTube. Like,
I'm gonna have to add that to the technology be done file TBD.
Like you could, if you're doing it, if you're going to do like a special, in particular like a special stream, call it an extravaganza. You play it. But you could also do. If people wanted to send in, like, if you wanted to do your own version of like a mock of the week, or maybe pick a theme and someone does a little mock towards that sort of theme, you can have ratings like excellent, and just play with the words a bit, and there's a lot of. And the easiest way to find research on that is anytime it's Easter, when you see all of the ridiculous amount of advertising and where they are playing on those words and phrases because it's trying to get people in the spirit to go and spend copious amounts of money on chocolate eggs.
Yep.
Yeah. I did consider trying to do a mock of the week, and I've just been thinking about how I'd want to structure it.
Oh, dude, I'm gonna give you pictures of some kind of mock with the egg, dude. Definitely gonna give you that. It just looks better than the skeleton.
Because I'm thinking,
you have them actually sitting around a table because there is the Lego egg, little round, the little round egg
Yeah, the
piece.
Oh, dude, I'll have him sitting at a table
sunny
with
side up
chickens.
egg.
I'll have him sitting at a
Yeah,
table
one
with
by
chickens
one,
on the table and the egg.
Oh yeah. Oh, how funny would that be?
Yeah,
Because
he'll sit at a table with all chickens on the table, and then he's just sitting there, big man.
And if you actually did that and framed it up, like it's up to you if you'd allow it, Stud, but like Mayo could use that as well as like a bit of a thumbnail for streams and stuff because it's that.
Oh yeah,
egg.
no, he could use it. I don't mind. I
Yeah,
just have to build it. I'll build something for you, Mayo, definitely. And
Yeah,
I think it'd be
because
funny.
I think the best way to execute a mock of the week is to somewhere have an egg piece in the mock somewhere. Because, for example, it could be a custom Star Wars ship, and just hanging on the wing could be an egg. Or it might be something that's transporting cargo, and just in one of those 2x2x2 crate pieces, there might be an egg in it.
Yeah.
Something small like that anyone can tack onto any type of mock that they're building. You could be building a mock version of the Black Panther bust and just put one random egg on the top of its head and then bam.
And they they do make the Lego Golden Egg part too, because I have it. I know you know that, Mayo. You know all the parts, but you can use that for the Golden Egg series too. You can have like a Golden Egg part pop up with like a ding and show the Golden Egg for the things you like. I have it somewhere here. I think it was from a Jago set, the Golden Egg. It's shiny gold too. It's like not like cheap gold. It's like a real gold egg.
Is it the painted or the metallic gold?
Well, it's like really shiny. So I think it's not like the chrome gold, but it's close to it. It's metallic for sure. It's not like pearl metallic gold. It's like actual gold. Like it shines. I'll find it.
I might have.
It's like this gold.
Oh yeah, that one. So, yeah, because I've got some gold bars in that color.
Yeah, I have the egg here somewhere though. I'll get it. I'll put that in the mock somehow. The golden egg with it. But I think it'd be funny with the skeleton egg sitting around with a bunch of chickens. I'll come up with something.
Yeah, because well, technically this is chrome gold. This is chrome.
Oh yeah,
gold.
yeah, no, that is.
They just don't do a lot of it.
The egg is
and they do have a lot of chrome silver Technic pieces. They just don't do a lot of it.
It's definitely a shiny gold egg. I think I have more than one. I think I have a couple actually. I know I have it. I'll find it.
I'm pretty sure we're gonna finish bag 10 today.
What's up, Secret Squirrel? I don't think anyone said hello to Secret Squirrel.
And this set has, I think, 16 bags.
Ugh.
No, it's got 15 bags. Yeah, it's got 15 bags. So if I aim to get so if we can get bag 10 finished today, then that'll give me 5 bags for the rest of the month. So that means I could do 4 bags. I could do 4 bags at the end of the month, and then do 1 bag next week and try to build some more mocks.
I want to open this Mythica set, but I'm waiting. So we're gonna wait till they have a backup version of it.
I thought I was only going to get through 4 bags today, but looks like we're going to get through 5 because of how smaller these bags are.
joys of trying to find parts.
Oh, so Taz,
Yeah.
I know you brought up if you were to do a rail system, right? You might tile the sleepers on them.
Yeah.
That's exactly what I do.
Yeah, it looks good that way. I like that color. Yeah.
And I'd want to use those same brown
Looks
studs
good that way,
and tiles because I preferred the wooden look to the concrete look
Yeah,
for the
I
barrel
mean, up
sleepers.
here, even in the U.S., we still use wood sleepers.
Oh yeah,
Oh,
definitely. Especially in New England.
Yeah, I think, but I've seen, like, I used to work in the railway over here in Australia, and I've got, you know, mates, and we've all exchanged, you know, copies of documentaries and stuff, and I've seen that in some places, like, they are wooden. Well, I mean, I know over there they call them ties, but they're painted black, or they're more of a black color, but they, you know, and then you get obviously concrete ones as well, and we've got concrete sleepers here in Australia as well.
Yeah,
but you still have that combination of both.
Ours are still wood, but like Connecticut and Massachusetts, I've walked the train lines because I used to write graffiti, so we would walk the train lines, and there's still wood here, like tons of them.
But what color are they? Like more like a brown color or a darker color?
They're brown. They're a dark brown, but they're brown. They're old, man. Like
another thing too with the wood color too, you can't just say like, oh, it's just, you know, a dark brown or it's a lighter brown. Because the trains are up here, at least I know where I am. A lot of like the material from the train, like the oils and stuff
gets
like
on it. Yeah,
that's
definitely.
right. Yeah.
But they're dark brown where I am. Like you could tell they're wood. You could totally tell they're wood. Like I used to walk those train lines constantly, dude, and like all the way into New York City, they're wood. And then they started building out near Grand Central. They're starting to make it more modern. But all through Connecticut, I know they're mostly wood from what I've seen.
Because it's, well, in theory, it's cheaper to do wood.
They're old. It's just old. New England is very old.
Exactly.
Oh yeah. I mean, I know one of the first rail lines up here in Mass was to go up to the Bunker Hill Memorial. So they had to create a rail line from Massachusetts all the way down to New York.
Yep.
They had since, you know, pulled that up, but they had to get all the granite stones from New York Harbor all the way up here. So
I'm on the most popular train line out of Grand Central Station in New York. It goes from Grand Central up to New Haven, Connecticut, where Yale University is. And that one is still the whole line. It's still wood. It's still wood. Obviously, the rails are metal, but all the slats are all wood.
Yeah, because a lot of those East Coast railway lines were built in the 1800s when J.D. Rockefeller was trying to move all of his oil.
Yep.
However, modern day metropolitan railways that have been built over the last 50 years are more likely to use concrete.
Yeah, they built one going out of Grand Central, New York to Long Island, and that one's concrete. But the one from Connecticut is still the most popular, still the busiest of the train lines going into Grand Central. In New York City, it's still wood.
Because back in the day, New York to Washington was the biggest route, and then New York to Boston used to be the second biggest. Now the biggest routes aren't even the northeast corridor. It's actually all of the freight railways going through the Rocky Mountains to get all of the cargo out to California.
Yep.
And all of the international shipping that comes through harbors in California from China to get all that cargo to the East Coast.
They did this really cool thing in New York City where they used to have there's a section of New York City called the Meatpacking District, because back in the day it used to be all butchers and They built this elevated train line, like you see it in the New York City movies, in the movies that have New York City, it was elevated. So they had one train line that specifically went into the meatpacking district, and it was only for that, to freight meat in and out of it. But they turned it into the train line's abandoned now. They turned it into a park. They call it Highline Park. So it's a park on the train line above the city. It is so cool, and it's long. It's the whole train line. So you get to walk the old train line. And there's all gardens and like places where you can take pictures, and it's an old. So you're above New York City, but you're on an old train line, and it's all like you feel like you're in another world. It is so cool. You can Google it. It's called the High Line. It is so. They built a park above the city on an old train line, and it is rad. It is so.
I've done a lot of Simpsons episodes on that.
I just told Family Bricks he's coming to New York, and I told him, I'm like, yo, you have to check that out. That's one thing you have to go to is the High Line, because your kids are gonna love it.
I just saw that I built something wrong. Cue the "Oh No" song from every YouTube short ever.
Dude, that foam really looks good, Taz. It breaks it up, dude. It makes it look much better.
It does.
Thanks, and that's exactly what like I said, like I got no shame in, I don't hide the fact that when I was first doing this stuff, Mrs. Taz was the one who suggested it. She's like, hey, have you thought of this? And I'm like, honestly, no, I haven't. And then
it looks cool.
gave it a try. And then a bunch of people commented on it saying how good it looked. And I told her, I said, there's people still comment on that. And I said, it looks really good. So I always give her praise for that, because she's the one who suggested it. Like, I didn't think of it at the time. And now whenever I do this sort of stuff, I add it in, but I appreciate the feedback, man. Thank you.
Yeah, no, it looks, I like it.
Taz.
Yeah.
Another thing you could do to do waves is use the clear cheese slope pieces too.
I've seen that. Yeah, there's a couple of approaches that I've looked at to do waves, and that at the moment I wasn't really aiming for having bigger waves, because I wanted to use this area a little bit where I can put some boats and stuff. So I like the idea, and I'll eventually come back when I get some more parts. I've got to do another parts order. I'm running out.
You and me both.
Tiles and everything. But I like your suggestion, and that's what I was thinking of doing when I've got the parts, because I can easily come back and rip up this. It's just tiles. Like, I can easily come back, pull this up, put some waves in, and then just redo the tiling around it. So I like your suggestion as well.
Kyle, that's what I used for. I didn't have flat blue pieces to do it, but it's like the trickling waters, like when Mando was going in the caves to go down to the life force. You can see I used those slopes to just make it look like the water is trickling. But I switched them. I used some clear and some light and just rotated it. I
love that as well, and that is epic. I love the rock work you've done there. I've got a bunch of those grey cheese wedge pieces. I've got a bunch of them. I just haven't started using them yet. But dude,
I love that. A little stream, but I didn't want it to be too extreme, because they're meant to like keep going down till they get to the water. But I didn't have flat blue translucent pieces, so I just used the little cheese slopes to make it look like it was.
That scene you're talking about, that's part of when they're going down to the, what is it, the things that
the living waters.
Dude, how friggin' good is season 3 of Mandalorian? I've been loving it.
The only thing I didn't like was when they put Lizzo in it, because I don't think she can act. She's a very talented musician.
No, I think Jack Black did okay. I mean, I'm a huge fan of Jack Black. I love Tenacious D and all that sort of stuff.
He carried those scenes, dude. Yeah, like he's not a good actor. She's not a good actor.
And that was the only sort of thing where I thought, oh, okay. There was that one episode where the guy that was talking about doing the cloning, the end of it threw me. That actually threw me, because I thought, what? Hang on a sec, what's going on? Because he was talking about doing the cloning, and then the girl, cranks up the bloody. Sorry for spoiler alert, but it's been on Disney Plus for a little bit now. But cranks up the thing and basically wipes his memory. I'm like, hang on a sec. Then she's reporting off to Moff Gideon, and I'm like, hang on a sec. Like, what the hell? That maybe I've missed other parts of that context and that storyline, but that ending threw me of that particular. What was that episode 5 or 6 or whatever it was? That threw me.
Yeah, that one was like it was kind of bland that episode, but the season though has been. It reminds me of the old TV show The Land of the Lost because there's so many prehistoric creatures. Like every other episode has these like epic prehistoric creatures, dude. Like I love it.
Unlike some other places, this isn't a spoiler-free zone, so never be afraid to talk about the latest episode of something or a movie that just came out.
Dude, Taz,
I'm halfway through watching the most recent episode, but I had a really bad night with my leg a couple of nights ago, and I just couldn't sleep, and I ended up just binging a whole bunch of the season 3 episodes because I hadn't caught up yet. I've caught up now, but I hadn't then, and I just ended up binging like a whole heap of episodes, and I was enthralled. I'm like, oh, this season, I got lost a bit in season 2, and I lost a tiny little bit of interest. But when season 3 piped up, I'm like, yeah, I'll go back to it and give it a go, and just instantly was just like, hell yeah, this is awesome,
dude. I want that Darth Gideon figure in Lego form. I know they're gonna make it. They're gonna make the new
yeah.
I call him Darth Gideon as a joke, but they're gonna make that. They're gonna make that figure like.
Hell yeah!
They're gonna make a little like Marvel style mech of Grogu in the IG-12. That's coming too.
Hashtag death to Grogu.
Well, now Mayo, he drives around in this droid. Like he sits in a droid and drives around in it with a button so he can talk. So it's like yes, no, yes. Like it's pretty funny.
Hot take: Grogu is so annoying.
Hive can't stand Hive likes the character, but I get what he's saying. They're gonna overmarket him too much, and he's worried about that. And I get it. I mean, I used to work for the company. I know how they work, and they have him in there for toy sales, and that's why they forced him into the Book of Boba Fett to keep because they did it right before Christmas to keep the toy sales spiked. So that's part of their thinking. Obviously, they actually make more money off the merchandise than they do off.
Are you talking about those two right there?
Yeah. So I mean, I can see where Hive comes from, where he's getting sick of Grogu but it's funny what they did with him this season. It is pretty funny and it's unique. And it's pretty cool.
And didn't they change the designs of one of the spacecraft to have a seat for Grogu to fit in?
Yes.
Oh yeah. They blew up his old ship, and the Razor Crest is gone, and now he's got a little kind of like hot rod ship.
I love the Razor Crest.
Yeah, the N1 Starfighter is dope too, though. The N1 Starfighter is dope too, though. But with me though, it's like how can he can't do bounties anymore? There's no room for him to collect any bodies. Which he doesn't.
That's true.
Are you guys talking
do
about
that
this
anymore? But
so did the Razor Crest get destroyed?
Yeah, it got blown up. They got blown up.
Are you guys talking about?
I was sad when that happened. I'm like, I love that ship. I've got the Lego set. I haven't got the UCS one, but I've got the little one.
No, there's the N1 right there. Yeah.
Nice. Yeah.
When I first did it, though, I was like, all right, but it fit the storyline because Mando isn't really collecting bounties anymore. He's got his, he has his own missions that he's doing. And he's got a whole different perspective. But when they did that, I was like, damn, there's nowhere for him to put a body frozen in carbonite anymore.
Yep.
Have you watched the behind the scenes? So Disney Plus has a thing called Gallery. If you do a search for it, it'll be the Mandalorian where they've done. I love it, man. Like this, and the fact that Bryce Dallas Howard's directed a couple of them and that as well, and Carl Weathers. How freaking awesome is Carl Weathers? But
she makes some of the best Mando episodes.
She does, yeah. But I mean, it's Bryce Dallas Howard. I mean, she grew up around Steven Spielberg. All of those sort of people, George, like they were all friends. Friends, but. Especially with Ron Howard being a director, even well and truly after Happy Days. But, I mean, he directed Apollo 13. I mean, come on. Like, Ron Howard's a great director. I mean,
I love him. Awesome.
I've not met a person yet who reckons Apollo 13 sucks, like the movie. I have not met anybody that said, oh, that movie was shit, or it was crap, or it was fake. So when you've got someone like Bryce Dallas Howard, directing some of the Mandalorian episodes. You're right. She does a great job. I'm loving Mandalorian at the moment. I started watching Andor and I got a little bit lost with Andor, but when Mandalorian came back, I'm like, yeah, I'll give it another go, and yeah, it's been awesome.
What's
So
his
speaking
favorite?
about directors of different Star Wars media, I'm not a Star Wars fan, so I was not keeping up with the Star Wars whatever con, I don't know what it's called, they had. What was this about 9 Star Wars movies? What was that about? I don't know.
What do you mean by 9 Star Wars movies? Well, there's 9 main. Like, there's the 3 original trilogy, then there's the 3.
No, what was that Star Wars event they did the other day?
Oh, it's called Star Wars Celebration. They do it every
Yeah,
year.
yeah.
It's
What was that thing about 9 movies?
I think that's what Scott was saying. There's the 3 original, then like the trilogy.
No,
then
they were talking about stuff that was going to happen in the next 9 movies, and people were like, "What? 9 movies?"
Oh yeah, they're making like 3, like they're basically doing 3 new kind of trilogies. Basically, they're gonna do the New Republic, which is gonna be 3. Then they're gonna do hopefully the Old Republic, which will be another 3, and then.
So, what I heard is that they're going to do 3 new series, one of the past, one of the present, and one of the future.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, one's Old Republic, old. One's going to be High Republic, which is new, and then there's going to be another one. So it's going to be 3 new trilogies, basically, to follow their format.
So they announced 3 new trilogies.
Yeah, basically. Somewhat.
Yeah.
And do you think that stuff will come out over the next 30 years or something?
Well, not that long. It'll be in the next like 10 or 12, probably 15.
Disney's going to want to make as much off it as they can while the hype's still there for, like popularity of just the Mandalorian alone. Then you've got Andor and the fact that, like, okay, you go back and look at the work that even Dave Filoni's done. He bought Ahsoka, and then look at what they did with her in even just a couple of the Mandalorian episodes. Aren't they actually doing a series on her as well?
Yeah, it comes out in August.
That's going to be cool. I'm looking forward to it.
It ties into the Rebels animated cartoon, but there's not as much Rebel, because I still talk to. There was 2 creative in the marketing department. There was 3 creative teams. I was the lead of one, and I had 2 other friends that I met there that were the leads of the 2 other teams, and I still talk to one of them. And he told me, he's like, dude, it's not as much Rebels as people think. Like, there's only certain characters in one episode or not, because they're going to tie it into Mandalorian and that warlord that was working for Thrawn. So they're going to, that's the thing. They're going to have all these new trilogies, but then they're going to have these TV shows that all tie into each other, sprinkled through. So there's going to be a lot of stuff coming out. Like,
so upon recollection, at the end of the sequel trilogy, with all the different TV series they've made,
dude, even that.
Would it be fair to say that they made all those TV series to keep the hype still alive, to buy themselves time to figure out what the next trilogy is going to be?
Oh, definitely. That's in between. It's definitely a part of it. And even that will tie in. There'll be hints in the movies to that stuff too, when it fits in the timeline, obviously. The other thing, though, he told me, and he's been telling me for a long time, and he's like, they're not getting rid of the sequels, which they just announced. Rey is getting a new movie, but they're making a Kylo Ren. They're writing it right now, a Kylo Ren and Knights of Ren backstory. They're making
that doesn't surprise me, though.
It's either I don't know if he didn't say he doesn't know yet if it's gonna be a movie or a TV series, but they're writing it right now. There will be a Kylo Ren like backstory coming out.
Yes,
because I remember people were saying people were saying after The Last Jedi that they speculated whether Kylo Ren would be a reoccurring character in the next trilogy, and lots of people were saying that they didn't want to see Kylo Ren because he's an unredeemable character.
Well, I mean, the kids that grew up on Kylo Ren, just like the kids that grew up on the prequels, they're going to age into it. So Disney's not going to give up on it. They will make stuff. It's generational. So there's going to be kids that was their Star Wars. They grew up on the sequels, and to them that's Star Wars, and
Well, look at Boba Fett. Like there's people that
exactly.
idolized Boba Fett and couldn't give a rat's ass about some of the other characters.
Yeah, exactly.
And look at the tiny little bit. Like you go back to the original trilogies, the tiny bit of screen time that that Boba Fett or Jango Fett, those characters got, but the following that they've got, like it's almost like a cult following of just those characters alone. And like I love watching Book of Boba Fett. That was brilliant to see. The New Zealand actor, I can never say his proper name, but Tim.
I know.
He was brilliant.
Yeah,
absolutely brilliant.
A lot of people were upset about the Book of Boba Fett because it wasn't a good portrayal of the character.
That's I heard that a lot too.
But it's also it's generational. People grew up on the original Jeremy Bulloch Boba Fett, and then there was later the Clone Wars Jango Fett clone Boba Fett, the kid to Jango Fett, and that's the actor who played Jango Fett is Boba Fett now. So
yeah, exactly. I was going to touch on that. People who grew up with the original trilogy, they like Boba Fett and they don't like Jango Fett. But those who grew up with the prequels, they like Jango Fett and they don't like Boba Fett.
I mean, and this Disney's, they're never going to be able to please absolutely everybody, and
no, not at all. But
it's the same. It's the same as like taking it back to us who stream. We're never going to be able to please everybody. There's going to be people who like our content. There's people that aren't going to like our content. It's the same with Star Wars and what they're doing with the various stories. We ourselves, as much as we want to think we know what George Lucas was going to do with everything, we don't know. We don't know how much unseen stuff that he might have been just sitting on. So when he's gone ahead and said, right, I'm selling up, which, the guy's been doing that many movies for, and he's been around long enough. He deserves a happy retirement. Like, just let the dude retire. We don't know exactly what Disney got a hold of when they bought out, Star Wars. So there could have been that much bloody stuff that George had ideas on for movie arcs or series to whatever he wanted to do. We don't know.
No, he's not planning the movies. People talk all the time about the mistakes that George Lucas made, the original concepts, what should have and shouldn't have been in the film. And the thing I always circle back to is that Princess Leia was never meant to be related to Luke Skywalker, and in the original concept, they kissed.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. They did. They made it kind of.
And also that because they were gonna kill, and because I heard someone talk about explain the reason they killed off Obi-Wan Kenobi, because George Lucas knew he wouldn't do anything in Empire Strikes Back, and people back then, and upon reflection, always complained about that he killed off Obi-Wan, but George knew he wouldn't do anything in the next movies, and that's why Yoda, and that's why Yoda, well, after Luke Skywalker became the most popular character after New Hope, that's why George wanted to focus more and therefore introduced Yoda. And Yoda was originally going to be a Jim Henson puppet. He was going to be a hand puppet. He wasn't going to be a whatever material he was sculpted out of with motion capture.
Well, yeah, and then they made because in the prequels they went away from the puppet and they made him digital, and it still looked good. It still looked fine. You could tell it was digital, but you could
easily tell, yeah. But and you're right, it looked good. But I think it's great though that now they've Disney's been able to come along and say, well, okay, for the fans of Obi-Wan, here you go. Here's his own TV series. Boom, and we had Obi-Wan Kenobi.
You know what's interesting though is the You even in Mando now, you see hints of the sequels because they have the little the Babu Frick species, the droidsmiths,
yes,
and Delans.
Yeah,
they're funny. They're also little cute Grogu marketing toys, and they've been in a couple episodes now in Mando.
I have been, yeah.
All right,
that was really cool.
I'm gonna get heading off to bed.
Exactly. It's
It's
nearly
Nicole.
time to end. So, does anyone have any plugs they wanted to do?
You could find me on Instagram at Redcoat Kyle. I've taken a couple of pictures. If this is the first time seeing this, you could check out my Instagram. I have some pictures of the city.
It looks looking good, mate. I love the lighting that you're doing as well. It's awesome.
Oh,
I-
Does anyone else have any?
I have 3 words. Eat your real whole egg. Eat your egg. Real whole egg. Eat
That
your
is
egg.
cool, mate. That's awesome.
all right.
See you, Cole. Take care, buddy.
You too.
Later, Kyle.
Hi, Kyle.
At least for myself, yeah, Instagram, Tasman Bricks, Aurora Point Project. I'm getting there as well. I've got a little YouTube channel for that one. I've got to just pull my finger out and get some more content happening. As you can see, though, I am actively working on stuff at the moment, and I'm trying to do the odd occasional Twitch stream. Although, as much as I'm enjoying the Twitch streams. I keep getting a little niggling thing of maybe doing or at least there'd be Sunday night here in Australia, but like a little maybe hour or 2 stream on a Sunday night, calling it the Sunday sessions or something like that. I still have been thinking about it. As much as I love streaming over on Twitch, I've got a great little audience over there and a great bunch of supporters over there as well, which is fantastic. But there's still a little part of me that wants to maybe still do something on YouTube every now and then. So, it won't be a Saturday, it won't be a Saturday night thing for me, but it could be a Sunday night. So maybe around the similar time frame, like the similar time. So that's sort of 10 p.m., 11 p.m. my time, which is the earlier morning for your time over there.
Yes, please.
Well,
Yeah, because if you do something on Sunday night, I'll probably have more time to watch.
Yeah, the Saturday night that there's so many streams happening. There's a lot of even over on the Twitch space and that as well. But there's not as much Lego content over there. There's there is a bunch of great streamers over there as well, but there's not as much. It's starting to very slowly, though. It's starting to creep in a little bit more. You find a few more people doing Lego content over there. But Mayo, thank you for the invite, buddy. I really appreciate it, mate. Thank you.
No problem. Thanks for the good conversation. Anyway,
yeah, it's been fun.
Thank you, everyone who's watched today. Let me go back to the top. I'm eating a pretzel right now. We had Scotch Blocks, Stud Cities, who was on the panel, Makro Bricks, Dusty Bricks, Gladiator Bricks Productions, Dead Bricks Collection, Tasman Bricks, who was on the panel, Mikey J Productions, YOLO X, not that many people today because apparently people are at conventions and exhibitions right now. Greg Dillon 117, a couple of brickheads, Sean, Regular Brick Studios, Conjure Bricks Build Craze, Papa's Bricks, Johnny G, and Secret Squirrel Bricks. Anyway, you can catch me going live on Twitch in 8 hours. Goodbye, everybody.
Hi, everyone.
See you on the next episode of Real Whole Egg. Make sure to use hashtag Real Whole Egg in your social media posts, and I'll mention it on the next episode. Thank you for watching. Thank you for supporting mayohosko Media. Your viewership is very important to us. Tell YouTube you like us by smashing the like button. Let your thoughts be known in the comments down below. Never miss out on any more LEGO content from us by hitting the subscribe button and ringing the notification bell. Stay tuned for live streams every Friday night at 9 PM Eastern in North America and monthly city updates on the last Wednesday or Thursday of every month. If you like Minecraft and gaming streams, follow us on Twitch, mayo_hosko, no capital letters. Twitch streams every Saturday morning at 8 AM Eastern in North America. To be in the know, follow us on Instagram and Twitter at real_mayohosko. Have fun with us on our Discord server. Friend us on Facebook and join the fan club group. For business inquiries, email us at mayohosko@gmail.com. For historical inquiries, check out our website. For special community perks, including behind the scenes, voting rights, and early access videos, become an investor today by pledging to us on Patreon. Links in the description. Watch this video recommended to you, or check out this playlist if you missed any previous videos of the same genre. This has been Mayohosko, and I am a fan of old LEGO. #AFOOL.